Hello, everybody. I'm Dwayne Bachman along with Brian Gillespie, and we welcome you to Alexander Stadium and tonight's Division II playoff contest between the Piqua Indians and the Anderson Redskins. There are just 8 teams left in Division II Region 8. They all see action this evening. Number 1 seed Winton Woods takes on number 8 seed Edgewood. Number 4 seed Kings challenges number 5 seed Turpin. Number 2 seed LaSalle will play number 7 seed Stebbins, and of course this contest between Piqua and Anderson. There is absolutely no doubt that this Anderson team is very strong, and their 6-2 record attests to that fact. If Anderson is vulnerable, it may be on defense. The visitors over the course of the 8 games have given up 36 points in each outing, while the Piqua Indians defense has relinquished only 38 points for the whole season, which averages to 8 points per game, and those numbers may be the difference for the Indians tonight. The strength of this Anderson squad lies on the offensive side of the football. They're led by 6'2", 200-pound senior quarterback Jackson Kuhn. This outstanding young man has run 89 times for 560 yards, but even more impressive are his numbers in the passing game. Kuhn has put the ball in the air 262 times and completed 177 of them. That's 67%. And what is amazing is that Anderson has 4 receivers who have all caught more than 30 aerials, and this combination will certainly be a challenge tonight for the Piqua secondary. Well, Brian Gillespie, this is going to be a unique evening. We're starting with some weather problems, but right now we're scheduled to kick it off at 7:15. And again, you've seen all the numbers. You've talked a little bit about it with some of the players and some of the coaches. What are your observations about this Piqua-Anderson ball game?
Well, it's going to be an interesting game because we have 2 history-rich programs combining for 26 historical playoff appearances, including this year. And they've only played one time in history. That dates back to 1994. In that game, Piqua won that game 31-3 at Welcome Stadium. And Evan Dreyer, head coach of Anderson, brings in a team who's hungry as they make a playoff run here after last year missing the playoffs for the first time in 5 years. They're coming off 3-game winning streak where they've put up 48.7 points per game and won by an average of 34 points per contest. Now, you may say, well, the competition may have not been that great, but either way, putting up 48.7 points per game is pretty impressive.
And again, this is a strong Anderson team, and I don't think anybody on the Piqua side is taking this one for granted. Again, they've got a lot of their own credentials. We're waiting now for a 7:15 kickoff because of some weather problems. Again, for those of you who are watching, you may or may not have heard where Northmont had to forfeit their game against Springfield because of the pandemic, and so the Northmont T-Boats go down to defeat via forfeit against Springfield. And we are very, very distressed to hear that about anybody, including the players and the coaches and everybody from the Northmont squad. We're going to take a break. Remember, you're watching Piqua High School football on the Indian Nation Station, your home for Piqua Athletics. Dwayne Bachman, Brian Gillespie back at Alexander Stadium Perk Field, where the first delay of the evening has just been announced, and both teams are told to go to their respective dressing rooms while we have this weather delay. Brian, it's going to be a little difficult to predict when this thing will start and, of course, when it might end, but that's the nature of the game, and right now the weather is going to dictate a lot of what's going to happen here this evening.
I'll tell you what, it's 2020. Like I say every week, it gets crazier every week. You just never know what you're going to get with 2020.
Well, and again, we want to make sure that you understand that we'll be around as long as they are going to play this ball game. We've been told earlier by some of the officials that they want to play this game regardless of how long it might take, simply because of the distance that the Cincinnati kids have had to travel. They don't want them to have to come back tomorrow, but we'll see what's going to happen. And the weather channel might help us a little bit. It looked like we might escape lightning, but obviously we didn't escape rain, and the rain and possibly the lightning is the reason the officials have basically told both teams to go to their respective dressing rooms. Well, Brian Gillespie, this is a little difficult for us because it's one of those cases where the weather is going to dictate when this one's going to get started, but by the same token, this could be a ball game.
I'll tell you what, it looks like it could be a ball game. On paper, Anderson brings in a pretty impressive record. Like I said, they have been very high-powered on offense. Now, I will say they have struggled when they've played difficult opponents, including 4th-seeded Kings and 1st-seeded Winton Woods. They have lost those games by an average of 35.5 points. So they've really struggled against top competition. Now, whether that plays out tonight, I'm not clear, because you never know with this weather. Ball security, turnovers, things like that could come into play, and you hate to see that end of season. So you got to make sure you secure that ball and know with that wet football you can't make big mistakes.
And again, we have to remember that Jackson Kuhn, the 6'2", 200-pound senior quarterback, is quite a young prospect. In the passing department, 177 for 262 for 2,442 yards, 19 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. He's also rushed for 569 yards. They have one other young man, Andrew Williams, who has had 80 rushes. After that, nobody seems to touch the football offensively, and that in itself is a bit unique. They've got 4 or 5 youngsters who are considered wide receivers. So when you have 4 or 5 people on the receiving corps, you know that Jackson Kuhn, other than being a running quarterback, also spreads it around. So the defensive secondary of the Indians probably going to be tested if, in fact, we get this ball game underway.
Well, the good news is the Indians have 6 guys this year with 2 interceptions apiece. So that is good news for Indians. They have a very impressive defensive backfield, a lot of playmakers back there. Josiah Medley, Aiden Meyer, Damian Lawson, Braden Strayer, and Karan Coleman have all been back there making turning the ball, forcing turnovers this year. And Jackson Kuhn has thrown it so many times, he has had a tendency to be picked off a little bit. He has thrown 10 interceptions, which I think Piqua probably would love to turn him over a little bit and turn that momentum in this game.
And again, you wonder whether the wet football is as dry as it can be. It's still going to be damp, whether that would have anything to do with that passing game, and if anything, it might favor the Indians. Well, we've been told that there's going to be a 30-minute break before the teams come out to finish their warm-ups. And while we are waiting for that 30-minute break, let's go back and remember, you're watching Piqua High School football on the Indian Nation Station if you're home for Piqua Athletics. Swope. He's got the whistle, and here comes the opening kick. Gonna go, short kick. Picked up, I believe, that might have been Garrett Shrub, number 6. Let's see if he gets off the stack. No, that's Blaine who picked that one up. At the, that was,
It looks like
I'm not so sure that was an intentional squib kick or just a bad kick, but the Indians are gonna have it. 1st and 10 on their own 35.
It looks like they don't have a lot of confidence in their special teams, because it did look like they did try to almost pooch kick it there or short kick it, try not to have an electric return by Karan Coleman. So we'll see where they're. I'm guessing it's Coleman. Oh,
well, let's see who's going to line
Tanner
up
Kemp's in the back.
as Brady Uhl goes into the shotgun. He's going to hand it off to Tanner Kemp. Tanner Kemp tries the right side. Didn't have much luck. Tanner had the ball 10 times, I think, against Sydney. First time against the Wildcats, I think, gained about 1. That's just about it. Second down. Let's call it 2nd down and 9.
They got right through that offensive line that time, and they were waiting for him when he got the ball.
Indians back to the line of scrimmage. Ooh. Waiting for the snap out of the shotgun. Hands it off to Tanner Kemp again. This time Tanner gets above the 40-yard line to about the 41. Let's see where they spot the football. Looks like it's going to be 3rd down. 3rd and 5. 3rd and 5 for the Indians.
Looks like Harrison kind of knew what we were going to do, because they're stacking the box with 6 at the line, 6 or 7. They're pushing them all the way up the line, trying to fill all those gaps. Tanner's done a nice job just to get 5 out of those first 2 carries, to be honest.
Opening series, the Indians trying to keep possession of the football. There goes Jarrell Lewis with the catch. He's got some running room. He's going to go down to the 30 and inside the 30 down to about the 25-yard line. So there was Brady Uhl to Jarrell Lewis, and Jarrell, very impressive right there down to the on the Harrison sideline. 1st and 10. Ball on the Harrison 25-yard line. Piqua's up to the line of scrimmage quickly. Handoff this time goes again. Let's see if we got on the Tanner Kemp again. Boy, Tanner's getting that ball a lot. All 3 carries have gone to number 1, Tanner Kemp.
Well, they're trying to go quick there. Wasn't very effective, but on the previous play, you do not want to be on the tracks when the train's coming through, and that's where Jarrell Lewis did right there to their defensive player. It was a heck of a stiff arm on the sideline.
Indians lost 1, 2nd down and 11. Uhl gets the snap, hands it off to Tanner Kemp. Tanner Kemp this time gets down to about the 20-yard line, going to be short of the 1st down by 3 or 4 yards. Let's see where they mark it. Looks like it's going to be 3rd down. Let's call it 3rd down and 6.
Looks like Harrison likes to do a lot of movement up front. They like to shift at the last second. That can be problematic for an offensive line used to block in a certain way.
And I get the feeling that we might see Karan Coleman get the ball and take off. Nope, hand off again to number 1, Tanner Kemp. Tanner Kemp goes inside the 15-yard line. Looks like it's going to be enough for a 1st down. Tanner Kemp seeing a lot of that football, Brian.
Yeah, I'm not sure where Karan Coleman is. That we didn't hear anything ahead of the game, but man, Tanner Kemp's a nice option off the bench, that's for sure.
Waiting for the snap. I believe Piqua offense thought the defense had moved offside. They had not. There's a handoff again, and I believe that went to Tanner Kemp one more time. Tanner didn't have much luck over right tackle.
I'll tell you what this is all setting up for is a play-action fake like they got Jarrell on that first time. Harrison is diving in there with a lot of guys. They're bringing 6, 7 guys, and they're just diving, filling every hole. You're gonna be seeing a little play-action here shortly.
8:30 left to go, first quarter. Piqua had the opening kickoff. They're moving the ball. They've got it down inside the 15-yard line of Harrison. 2nd down and 10. Again. Brady Uhl waiting for the left, sprints out to the left side, looking downfield. Now he's going to be, he gets away from a couple
What a roll.
of tacklers. He's going to go around the right side. He's going to go inside the 10-yard line, down to about the 5-yard line. They had him trapped on the far side, and he was able to wiggle around, going around the right side, and had a good gain, made something out of nothing.
Heck of a spin move off those guys to stay on his feet and get them close to a first down. That was a heck of a play.
Indians quickly to the line of scrimmage. 3rd down and 1. Tanner Kemp again, right up the middle. Looks like he might have enough for the first down. Let's see where they spot the ball, and we'll see whether or not the official gives us the first down signal. So far, we don't have that. They're spotting the ball. Let's see what the referee tells us about this particular call. I think they're going to measure it, Brian.
Yeah, it looks like we might get a measurement. I thought he got it on first glance, but it's hard to tell sometimes, especially from an angle.
We're inside the 5-yard line, so we're in a terrific position to put one in the end zone, but now the question is it going to be 1st and goal, or is it going to be 4th and less than 1?
It's amazing how business-like this offense is. You don't feel like they've had a terrific drive where they broke one here, but they're already down to the 4-yard line.
They're about a half a yard short, so it's going to be 4th down and less than 1.
You might be seeing a little Jarrell Lewis here, or you might just see another Tanner Kemp run.
Let's see what Bill Nace decides to do with the ball resting inside the 5-yard line. 8 minutes left to go, first quarter. Indians trying to score the first time they had the chance with the football, and Harrison has yet to see it offensively.
You might see Jarrell lead
There's
block
a
here.
snap. Hand off to Tanner Kemp. Tanner Kemp, did he make the end zone? Yes, he did. Touchdown, Tanner Kemp. Whew, just barely over the white line, Brian.
They went off left tackle right there, and that's right where Jarrell and that's a strong run off Jarrell and Anson Cox there on the left side.
So here comes Jackson Mobley to make it a 7-0 ball game. Jackson Trombley, one of the best legs in the Miami Valley. All to hold. The extra point snap, the kick, it's up, it is good. 7:45 left to go first quarter. The Indians have the ball first, and they take it down and put one in the end zone with Tanner Kemp getting credit for the score.
Those band members got to stay awake on those extra points with Jackson Trombley. They're around on that track. They better stay away because that ball is coming at them fast.
So let's see now the Indians defense going to have a chance to see what they can do about Mason Young, a heralded 5'8", 160-pound junior who likes to pass, but by the same token, likes to tuck it in and see whether or not he can get some running yard. Let's see what happens as Jackson Trombley gets ready to kick it off. Let's see who's going to bring it back deep. Looks like it might be Nick Pucci or Gavin Moore. Let's see who's going to be on the receiving end of Trombley's kick.
Well, I think Harrison's offense is going to feel a lot of pressure to score and keep up with Piqua tonight. That could bode well for the Indians because they might be forcing some
Here's
stuff.
Trombley's kick. Going to go deep. Going to go out of the end zone, which doesn't surprise us because he has a terrific leg. So the touchback is going to give the ball to the Harrison Wildcats on the 20-yard line. Now, Brian, I've said all along, I don't think the Harrison offense, kind of a one-man gang, is going to be good enough to handle all the strength and the savvy of that front line of the Piqua Indians. Let's see what Coach Derek Rehag does on his opening offensive series.
He's going to have to be real creative to keep those Lance Reeve sixes in there, by the way, starting tonight.
Mason Young in the shotgun. He's going to pass to the far side on the flats. Let's see who picked that one up. I think that might have been Nick Pucci. Is that number 3 getting off the stack? No, number 8. So it wasn't Pucci. It was Nick Pucci got the completed pass. Gain of 5, second down and 5. So we start with a short pass. Let's see if that's what they continue to do with against this Piqua defense.
This is probably going to look a lot like Sydney's short passing offense from a couple weeks ago.
Young waiting for the snap. He's going to keep it this time. Going to get a little running room. Going to get all the way up to about the 29-yard line. Looks like he might be about a yard short of a first down.
You got it.
They're going to move the stakes.
That's real close. Yep, they gave.
Sure. Well, another one that looks like, yeah, they're going to move the stakes. They're going to leave it the first down.
You can see where he's tricky because they had him covered on the right tackle, but he slipped back up to the middle there. He's a slippery type of quarterback. They're going to have to stay in their lanes.
First and 10, ball resting on the 30-yard line. Young. This time he's going to look downfield. Going to go deep. Got a receiver at the 40-yard line, but number 84, DJ Diesman, couldn't come up with it. It falls incomplete.
I'll tell you what, they had us beat there, and he just couldn't hold on to it.
Yeah, he did have a step or two on the defender, but we've got a flag. Holding call against Harrison.
I think Landon Hare was being held on that play, and that's going to be a real struggle for them. Our two of our best. The two best probably defensive ends in the Dayton area on one team. You've got Jarrell Lewis with 10.5 sacks. You've got Landon Hare with 8 sacks. That's a big task for any line, especially a young line like this Harrison line.
Over 4 quarters of play.
Yeah, 4 quarters of challenge. That's going to be a challenge.
So they move the ball back. It's going to be first and 20 for the Wildcats with 6:35 left to go. First quarter of play. The Indians punched one across the first time they had a chance with the football. Young. Going to go back to pass. Looks like it's going to be a screen pass, and it is. It's screen passes to number 32. That's Cam Herring. Cam Henry picks it off and gets some of those back. Looks like they're going to spot the ball at about looks like it might be about the 21-yard line. Yes,
you're going to get Cam Herring's not your typical running back. He doesn't get a ton of carries. There's a lot more little screen passes. He catches a lot of passes out of the backfield. He doesn't have, averages only about 2.4 yards per carry. So watch for him out of the backfield as one of his main receivers, if not his most common receiver.
Second down.
A heavy dose of screens probably in this game with as good a rush as Piqua has.
Young with the snap, looking over the middle. Incomplete, intended, let's see if we can pick up his number, intended for number 21, and number 21 is Ben Smith. So Ben Smith couldn't bring that one down, so let's make it third down and 19.
This is a tough spot to be in. You're gonna probably see a little bubble screen or something, a draw. There's not a whole lot of plays in the playbook for 3rd and 19.
Let's see what the Wildcats do. 5:42 left to go, first quarter. Piqua 7, and Harrison with their hands on the football for the first time.
There's Landon Hare. He's coming after him.
He goes off to the right side, tries to throw it downfield.
Picked it, but he didn't get it.
They ruled that he caught the ball out of bounds, so it'll go incomplete. That's going to bring up a 4th down, so the Indians' defense holds the first time, Brian, and they're going to force the Wildcats from Harrison to punt it away.
Well, when they're in a must-pass situation, that is not good for them tonight because he was running for his life right there. Landon Hare got off that left tackle, who again they're going to struggle blocking those guys.
Mason Young not only throws the ball, runs the ball, he's going to be their punter. So he's standing inside his 10-yard line waiting for the snap. He gets it. The Indians are going to let it bounce. They're going to have awfully good field position. Goes out of bounds at about the 40-yard line. So the Indians' defense holds. That's no surprise. They have scored once when they have the football. Right away, the ball goes back to the quarterback, Brady Uhl. And again, Brian, I hate to be too optimistic, but it would appear to me that a score here and a 14-0 advantage psychologically would be big for the Indians and awfully tough for our visitors from Harrison.
Now, Tanner Kemp, it looked like Tanner Kemp's back out there in the backfield again, by the way. But I think that Harrison, they did dig themselves a hole last week, but this is a whole different animal.
Brady Uhl. He's going to pass it on the right-hand side on the flats, intended, I think, for Garrett Shrub.
It was Drayshawn Roberts,
that
I
was
believe.
number 2. That is
Drayshawn Roberts.
Brayson Roberts. Brayson couldn't handle it, goes incomplete.
He just put a little too much too forward on that. It wasn't real good execution by the offense there.
Second down and 10. Indians to the line of scrimmage. Brady Uhl hands it off to Tanner Kemp. Tanner gets a little running room, moves the ball a few yards. Let's see where they spot it.
So he got 5 or so?
I think he got about half as many as they needed, and I think it's going to be third down. Let's call it third down. I think third down and 6.
Well, Bryson Roberts.
Indians want to keep the football and put one on the board.
Bryson Roberts just checked into the game, so I'm not sure what's going on with Ron Coleman, but he has not seen any time just yet.
Uhl gets the snap, hands it off again to number 23. That is Bryson Roberts. Bryson Roberts gets about 3. So looks like it's going to be fourth down. Let's call it fourth down and 2.
I'll tell you what, they didn't hesitate. They're not sending the punt team out there. It looks like they were playing for 4-down territory anyway here. I guess they're kind of in that in-between space here. It's a hard decision to make.
4th and 2. Let's see what Bill Neese decides to do. Uhl. Timeout for the Indians. Hey, you're watching Piqua High School football on the Indian Nation station. You're home for Piqua Athletics. We'll be right back.
Remax has done a wonderful job on helping us find out our first home together.
Our new house.
Into my dream house.
Our new home. Today we closed on the house of our future and of our dreams.
And we just purchased a home from Kathy Beatty, and we would like to say that our business was truly appreciated by them.
And it was a wonderful experience.
The best of the business because we sold it in just a few hours.
We sold our house in no time. Perfect service. We would recommend them to anybody.
If you're in the market of buying a home, I strongly suggest to become part of the Haney team. We are, and we're Haney team members for life.
Back to Alexander Stadium where it's going to be 4th down. 4th down and 2 for the Indians. Brady Uhl waiting for the snap. He's got it. Hands it off to, I believe the answer to Ron Coleman was right there. Ron comes into the ball game and has enough for the first down. Good to see number 25 in, but after one play heads to the Piqua sideline. There may be something about his playing time that we're not aware of, but always good to see 25 in that backfield.
He just makes it feel and look easy when he runs. It's just he just always picks the right hole, and he gets that first down really easily.
1st and 10 for the Indians. They've got the ball on the 25-yard line of the Wildcats. This one goes to Bryson Roberts, number 23. Gets inside the 25-yard line. Gets down to about the, well, they're going to mark it. Let's call it the 25. It's going to be a second down. Let's call it second down with 3:29 left to go, first quarter.
They're really stacking the line. I would look for a pass here soon from Troy Uhl. He's going to dial something up for sure.
Let's see what happens as the Indians get to the line of scrimmage. This time it's going to go to Drayshawn Roberts. Drayshawn Roberts gets to the 20. Going's a little tough right now, Brian.
Yeah, they're really quick to the ball right now, and they're making it harder on us. We're having to work to get those first downs, but again, it just seems like we just keep moving the sticks. Just getting just enough, and then we're in the end zone before you know it.
Big third down play right here, 3rd down and 5 for the Indians. 2:45 left to go, first quarter. The Indians with a 7-0 lead. Breaking the huddle Up to the line of scrimmage, waiting for the snap is Brady Old, sophomore quarterback.
Oh.
There's a reverse. The reverse is going to go to Trayshawn Roberts. Trayshawn Roberts gets a few, but didn't fool everybody. But Trayshawn has enough. Does he have enough for a
He's
first
a little
down?
short, about 2 yards.
Looks like he's going to
maybe
be a
yard
little
and
short.
half.
It's going to be, again, going to be 4th down and 1. That's the second time around we've had a 4th down facing us. And again, this time
Coleman's back
4th
in
and
for
1,
4th.
and Coleman's back into the backfield. Let's see if he's going to handle the ball. And he is. There's Karan Coleman. Oh, he's going to go all the way
There
in
he
for a
is.
score. Oh, Karan Coleman takes a handoff and goes into the end zone for 6 for Piqua. Boy, he made his presence known, didn't he?
He's like, give me an inch, I'll take a mile, and he got there in a hurry.
So that's going to be another 6-pointer for the Indians. That's going to make it 13. Here comes Jackson Trombley in to see if he can make it 14 to zip.
They look like they had him at the line, but he's just too strong. He ran right over that defender.
Jackson Trombley waiting for the snap. The kick is up. It is good. Again, into the man section beyond the end line. So with 1:54 left to go in the first quarter, Piqua 14 and Harrison nothing. Brian, you got to be impressed. Again, we mentioned it. I think you mentioned it to me that a quick start from Piqua might be the psychological thing, especially with the visitors coming in with a 2-5 record, probably feeling as though they were the underdog, and they were. And suddenly they're finding themselves trying to come from behind. 14 to nothing. It might have worked at Lima Senior High last week, but I don't know if it's going to work against this Piqua defense this Friday.
Well, they probably felt a lot of pressure to almost play perfect tonight to get this done, and it hasn't been that way for their defense yet. Their weakness against the run is showing, though. They've made Piqua work for their touchdowns, though.
Trombley waiting for the snap. Here comes the kick. Kick is going to be a squib kick picked up at about the 10-yard line again by DJ Diesman. Diesman gets to about the 22-yard line before he's dropped by a host of blue jerseys. 1:45 left to go, first quarter. Piqua 14, Harrison nothing. But the Wildcats have the football, and right now the first quarter has pretty much belonged to the Indians of Piqua High School.
Yeah, Harrison's going to need to get something going on offense, at least to keep the Piqua offense off the field for a little while. at the very
Mason
least.
Young waiting for the snap. He's got it. Hands it off to his running back. I think that's Cam Herring. Let's see if Cam gets off the deck, and he does. Cam Herring got, well, let's see how many they give him. I think he got, could he have gotten 6 yards? They haven't marked it yet. At least we haven't seen it from
It's
up
like
here.
7, actually.
Second down, he got 7, so second down and 3. Cam Herring picks up 7, and again, the Wildcats trying to get something going, just have not been able to sustain it over a period of time. Here's Mason Young waiting now for the second down snap. He's going to take it, going to go right up the middle, and it's going to be short. He gets it over to the 30 to about the 31-yard line. Still going to be a little short. Going to be third down. Let's see, third down. I'm guessing it's going to be third down, and let's call it third down and 2.
Yeah, they tried to
Again, big play for both teams.
Yeah, they're right here. You know, they do not want to punt the ball back to Piqua this quickly. 3 and out would be devastating for Harrison right now. This early in the game, already down 14-0.
Harrison wants to keep it, and Piqua wants to take it away. So let's see what happens as Mason Young waits for the snap. Still waiting for the snap, and suddenly we've got a timeout taken by Harrison. A little unusual. 20 seconds left in the quarter where you get a little time, and they took a timeout. So 20 seconds left to go in the first quarter. Piqua 14-0. Okay, let's see if. Well, again, I'm not so sure Well, I guess probably when you're behind 14-0, you want to make sure you've got a 3rd down and 2 play in the book, and that might have been why the head coach from Harrison decided to take the timeout.
It looked like they were up against the play clock, and they might have got flagged, and they did not want to put themselves in a 3rd and 7 in this situation. 3rd and 2 is difficult enough against that front line. And that also gives them a little extra time to come up with something that can get them and move the sticks, because they desperately need it right now.
They were slow on getting the ball snapped, so they were facing a delay of game. So the timeout probably was to avoid a 2nd down and 7. Now it's 3rd down and 2. Big play for both teams right here.
Keep an eye on a quarterback run here.
He's going to keep the ball. He's going to try to go around right tackle. Oh,
nothing.
Doesn't go back. And guess who's on the bottom of that stack? Did I see number 25, Karan Coleman?
And
I believe
Schmeezing
I
as well.
did.
They both got in there right away. They didn't give him any space to wiggle, and they shut him down.
That's going to be 4th down and 2. And boy, when you're behind 14-0, and we're just ending the first quarter. End of the first quarter at Alexander Stadium Field. It's going to be Piqua 14 and Harrison nothing. Let's take a break. You're watching Piqua High School football on the Indian Nation Station. You're home for Piqua Athletics.
Hi, I'm Dan.
And I'm Linda. We know this has been a trying season for everyone. Staying at home is not easy.
One thing that can make it a whole lot better than first-rate is an air conditioning system installed by experienced factory-trained technicians.
Indoor air quality is also primary. Consider a whole house filtration system with 98% efficiency rating.
Let's all stay safe and healthy.
Make your home a comfort zone.
Call Morse Comfort Systems today.
Wayne Bachman, Brian Gillespie back at Alexander Stadium. We're ready to put the ball in play in quarter number 2, but the Indians have dented the end zone twice. They have a 14-0 lead. 4th down and 2 for the Harrison Wildcats. And they have not been able to muster anything on the other side of the 50-yard line yet. Waiting now, it's going to be a punt. Mason Young gets it away. And Garrett Shrub calls for a fair catch, and the Indians are going to put it in play at their own 40, let's call it the 44-yard line.
Lions almost got that big paw up there, blocked that kick, much like in the Sydney game. He got through, he rammed right through that line and just missed a blocked punt right there.
Let's see what Bill Neese decides to do as we open the second quarter of play here from Alexander Stadium, Perk Field.
It'll be interesting to see if Karan Coleman's out there. He is not. It's Tanner Kemp.
Brady Uhl waiting in the shotgun. He's going to pass over to the right side. Oh, deflected and almost intercepted by Harrison. And that was, I think that was
That's their guy, Dom Little, outside linebacker. He actually has 4 interceptions, I believe, this year. He has a tendency to get his hands on those passes. They got to be careful over the middle.
That was close to an interception number 5 for the young fella. So now it's going to be 2nd down and 10. And there haven't been many times over the course of the season where Brady's had a lot of balls tipped, but that was one of the rare exceptions. 2nd down and 10. Hand off to Tanner Kemp. He's going to try to go around. Oh, he's got some running room. He's down to the 40, down to the 30, into the 20, and going to go into the end zone for a score. Tanner Kemp from long range is going to get the touchdown. I don't believe I saw a flag, did we?
Yep.
Flag on the play is going to probably bring it back. Yes, everybody's going back to midfield, waiting for the signal from the referee to take that one away from number 1, Tanner Kemp. Holding called against Piqua.
The unfortunate part of it is I don't even think they needed to hold there to get him a touchdown. If they had just let his guy go, he would have scored anyway with his speed.
So they're going to bring it back, and Tanner Kemp is going to remember that. And somewhere along the line, he's going to tell his children or grandchildren, I scored 65 yards against Harrison, and not going to mention that they called it back because of a holding call.
No, it'll become 70 and 75 yards over time. You know how that goes.
At least, Brian. Let's see what happens now as the Indians are going to put it in play. Tanner Kemp got around that right side, and he had too much speed for all of the defenders, but they called it back.
This will be an interesting situation because Piqua has not been behind the sticks like this very often over the last couple weeks. So 2nd and 19 with a team that leans on the running game. We'll see if they can put it in the air this time.
Now we have the officials conferring with each other. Not exactly sure what it was. We think it might be a play clock or the main clock, game clock. Let's see if they can get that straightened up. And as soon as they do, we'll put the ball in play. As Brian mentioned, the Indians have not had too many 2nd down and 19s. We'll see what Bill Neese decides to do. Will we put it in the air? Ooh, he is going to put it in. He's going to go down to the right side, trying to find his brother Blaine. Did Blaine catch that? I believe he did. Blaine Ool caught that with that defender hanging all over him. The defender was number 16. That's Dawson Haney. But boy, perfect pass, perfect catch, and a big 1st down for the Indians.
You can't drop in the bucket any better right there, Dwayne.
No, and you can't blame the defense because he was pretty well covered. So the Indians...
they tried to hurry up right there. I'm not sure what happened. I think the referees blew it dead before it could get going.
I don't believe they're going to... I think the official says that's not going to be a play, so we're going to play it over at 1st and 10. Big pass play from the Ewell brothers.
That's frustrating for a defense when you seem to have great coverage, but they throw that back shoulder right over his shoulder, right where the defense can't get it, and it's a great catch by Blaine Ool from Brady there.
Brady coming in from the sideline with a play from the Piqua coaching staff. Ool this time sprinting out to the left side. He's going to be sacked for a loss back to the 30-yard line. Couldn't get away from 2-3 white jerseys, Brian. And now
it looked like Eric Cooper on the
I think
sack
that's who
there.
it was, yeah.
Number 26.
Now here come the Indians gather around the line of scrimmage, not going in a huddle, but they're waiting for a signal from the Piqua sideline. 2nd down and 15. Handoff goes to number 23. That's Bryson Roberts. Bryson Roberts tries the middle, gets down to about the 25, but we're way short of a 1st down, but we are in Harrison territory one more time.
One note, it looks like they're going to hold out Josiah Medley another week because we haven't seen him back there today, so he's still nursing that ankle injury. Hopefully he'll be ready to go next week if they get past this game.
And again, I would guess that the coaches are probably saying right now, we're not going to use him. We may not use him this evening, and no sense aggravating a tender injury.
Yes.
Let's see what happens with 3rd and 10. 9:52 left to go, 2nd quarter. Here's Ool, back to pass again. He's going to throw it into the end zone, looking for his, looked that time for his brother, but threw it a little bit, well, I guess you say underthrew it, and it falls incomplete.
Well, it looked like Blaine was asking the referee for a holding there. He might have grabbed his jersey a little bit, but he still got past him. It just threw the timing off on the play.
Okay, 4th down and 10.
It's a tough one here. You're
Now,
too
let's
far
see
out
what,
for a kick, maybe.
What Bill Neese has got in his 4th and 10 playbook. Brady Ool brings him up to the line of scrimmage. 3 wide outs to the top side, 1 to the near side. 4th and 10. Ool gets the snap. He's going to throw it into the end zone. Oh, overthrew number 2, and that is that's Drayson Roberts. Drayson couldn't get underneath that one, so the Indians are going to turn the ball over. And in recent weeks, that hasn't happened very often.
Yeah, I had to take a second glance at the down and distance because we haven't seen that at all in a while.
So let's watch as the Harrison Wildcats take the ball away from the Indians, but the Indians have a 14-0 lead. 9:33 left to go, 2nd quarter.
I'll tell you what, Piqua's punter Austin Burns must be thinking, man, am I ever going to get out on the field again?
Mason Young waiting for the snap. Hands it off to Cam Herring. Cam Herring goes around the left side, gets above the 30-yard line, gets to about the 32. So Herring's done most of the running if Mason Young hasn't.
Yeah, it looked like they put Herring in the slot there and ran a little speed handoff to him around the edge, got him 7 rather than having him in the backfield.
2nd down and 3. Quarterback for the Wildcats waiting for the snap. Hands it off this time. I believe that goes to Cam Herring, number 32 again. Yes, Cam Herring, I think, unless I can see it differently, looks like he's going to be just a little bit short of the 1st down. Looks like it could be 3rd and 1, Brian.
Yeah, this is tough sledding inside the tackles on 3rd and short against this Piqua team. I'm wondering if they won't try to get this ball on the edges.
Let's see what happens as the Wildcats break the huddle.
Karan Coleman is out there on defense, by the way, so.
Young with the snap. Hands it off. Oh, D handed it off to Cam Herring, but I'm not sure. Cam Herring even got back to the line of scrimmage.
I'm not sure about that call because it has been really difficult to get it between the tackles, especially when they know you need just a yard. They're considering going for this. I'm not so sure about that. 4th and 1 at your own 34-yard line, 33-yard. Oh, they are going to go for it, looks like.
Boy, I guess the head coach figures 14-0. There are times when you have to take some chances, and maybe 4th and 1 is something we aren't going to see much of tonight against this Piqua defense.
Well, they might try to get him to jump off sides here and then call timeout.
Let's see what happens as the ball's ready for snap. Mason Young, the quarterback, he's going to be short. I think the Indians are going to take the ball back from the Wildcats. Wow, that was a gamble that did not pay off for the visitors. So the Indians go on offense with 7:29 left in the 1st half. They have a 14-0 lead.
Well, they really limited themselves. They went to the short side of the field with an option handoff or a keep, and he decided to keep it. I'm not sure why, because there was no space in there.
4th and 1 is a long way to go when you're against this Piqua defense. Here comes Brady Uhl from the sideline with a play for Bill Nace.
I think they'll go back to the run on 1st down here.
Here's the snap. Handoff goes to Coleman. Coleman gets to the 30-yard line. Karan Coleman took the handoff from Uhl, got to the 30.
I think they're tired of being behind the sticks on 2nd down, so they're figuring we'll just go back to the run and grind it out in between the tackles.
2nd down, let's call it 2nd down and 6. Indians quickly to the line of scrimmage. Uhl to Coleman. Oh, no. Yeah, Coleman gets down to the 20-yard line. Boy, he's quick off the line of scrimmage, Brian.
Yeah, that's not good news for Harrison that Coleman's now in there on every down.
So that's going to make it 1st and 10. Ball resting on the 20-yard line of the Wildcats. Hand off to Cole. Oh, that time Karan Coleman was sacked by number 24. Let's see if we can't get that number, Brian. And it was Luke Rogers. Luke Rogers dropped Coleman for a loss. 2nd down and 12.
I think Piqua went a little fast to their own demise there because Harrison shifts so much that they shifted right into that play.
2nd down and 13. Ooh. Hands it off to Coleman. Coleman around the left side, gets a little running. Whoa! Jumped over a defender and goes into the end zone for the score. Defender tried to knock him down, but Karan just jumped over him and hit for the end zone. It looks like a touchdown. We don't see a yellow flag. I don't think they're going to bring this one back. So Karan Coleman picks up the touchdown right there. He just overwhelms the defender.
You got to give Garrett Shrub a heck of a job out there on the edge with the block. As a wide receiver, he cleared that area for Coleman, and Coleman doesn't need much space, and then he's gone.
20-0. Jackson Trombley trying to make it 21-0. Here's the kick. He kicked it a long way. He kicked it so far we lost it in the dark.
Yeah.
But again,
They're serving it at the concession stand right about now.
Yeah, he might have gotten with 2 hot dogs and a bottle of pop. So it's 21-0 with 6:14 left to go in the first half. Brian, we talked before the game. We were very cautious about how optimistic we might have been, but we said the numbers favored Piqua. As we see 6:17 left in the second quarter, it appears to me that maybe we were overly kind to our visitors from Harrison, because they are not as strong as these Piqua Indians by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, the same old story. It seems like in every game, it seems like we feel like the other team has a chance to compete, and it plays itself out very similar games every week, and that's just the way this team has handled their business.
Jackson Trombley getting ready to kick it away. Here it comes. Gonna go into the end zone for a touchback. So Trombley reaches the end zone, which is pretty much what he's done almost the whole season. So now Harrison gets the ball 1st and 10 from their own 20.
Wayne, can I point out that now Piqua has outscored their opponents 169-3 over the last 4 games.
That's almost too hard to even understand or believe. My goodness gracious. Well, that tells you about the offensive side and the defensive side, and we've got the special teams players, so that tells you why the Indians are 6-0. Pass from Mason Young to one of his receivers. I think it was intended for Nathan Blank, but it falls incomplete.
Well, this is not good for Harrison, because if they have to just drop back and throw it 50 times, Landon Hare and all that, really they don't have a weak spot on the defensive line. Those guys are going to be getting after that kid, Mason Young, and he's going to be running around trying to have him to make plays.
2nd down and 10 after the incomplete pass. 2 wide outs to the near side, 2 to the far side for the Wildcats. Mason Young going to try to pass to the far right side, intended for number 3. That's Nick Pucci. He was not even close to getting that one, so it falls incomplete. For those of you who are viewing the game, look where the ball is going to be snapped. You'll see a little orange disc on the field. The rule is that the team that has the football, the center is responsible for carrying the football. Yes, carrying the football, and he'll bring it to the line of scrimmage, put the ball on that orange disc, and then the official will pick it up. Another one of the protocols because of the virus. Mason Young on a screen pass. Screen pass gets it over to Cam Herring. Cam Herring is going to get to about the 34-yard line.
Looked
and
like
that's
Tanner
going to be
Kemp
good
made
for
a
a first
tackle
down.
there, despite he was being held, but he got there and made the tackle nonetheless, but that was enough for a first down. You're going to probably see a lot of those screen passes because the defense is just getting right through the line. They're not able to block the Piqua front line.
1st and 10 for the Wildcats. 5:49 left first half. 21-0 Piqua. Oh, there's Mason Young. Didn't have a chance to do anything except turn around. And there's Jarrell Lewis and
Damian Lawson on the blitz right there. They ran right into the run blitz, and Damian Lawson was all over him as he came off the edge there.
Again, the defensive line of Piqua has been strong all season, and we're seeing it here again tonight.
Surprisingly, Lance Reeves-Hicks has played every down so far. He is not just rotating in, he's been out there as a stalwart there on the left tackle. Left defensive
2nd down
tackle.
and 15. That was a loss of 5. Mason Young sprinting out to the right side, trying to get away from some blue jerseys. Go to the Harrison sideline, goes out of bounds, but again, a substantial loss, but we've got a flag on the play, and we've got somebody down on the field, I think. Well, we better be careful who we identify as the injured Indian. First of all, let's see who the penalty's against.
Coach's show will air throughout the week on Spectrum Channel 5 and on YouTube. The show features highlights.
It looks like that might be Caleb Lyons, who's the injured Piqua player. Let's see what the penalty's all about.
Breaking down the Indian season. Watch the Bill Neese Coaches Show on the Indian Nation station on Spectrum Channel 5.
Going to be the way that we think there was a. Looks like there's going to be a penalty on each team. That means they'll offset. Yes, holding on the Indians. So those will offset, and we'll go back to that particular down. I think Caleb Lyons made his way to the sideline.
Yeah, that's good news.
Yes, it is.
You don't want to see anybody down.
Hello, Indian fans and visiting guests. Thank you for being here tonight to support the athletes competing in tonight's game.
Thank you for wearing your face mask and social distancing.
By doing these two simple things, we will be able to compete this season.
And continue to have spectators in the stands.
Go Indians.
Elite ETC is located at 431 North Main Street in Piqua. Stop in for all your Piqua Indian spirit wear needs. The best selection of Piqua t-shirts, sweatshirts, golf shirts, hats, outerwear, and drinkware in town. Looking for a unique gift for an upcoming shower, wedding, or family reunion? We specialize in personalized gifts, apparel, gift items, drinkware, and household items. We personalize everything in our store from embroidery, jewels, sparkle, engraving, imprinting, and banners. 35 years ago, Elite ETC started as an award business. We are still very active in providing medals, trophies, plaques, and banners for sporting and corporate events. At Elite ETC, we've got you covered. Stop in at 431 North Main Street in Piqua today, or give them a call at 937-606-2848.
Stop by your Piqua Little Caesars after the game for $5 hot and ready pizzas. Don't forget your crazy bread combo for just $3.50. Little Caesars is your home for $5 hot and ready pizzas and are proud sponsors of the Indian Nation Station and Piqua Digital.
Pizza, pizza.
Piqua was a community full of great corporate citizens, and Crayax is certainly one of them, right at the top of the list.
A family that really believes in the community in which we live and really believes and takes interest in their employees, which they employ.
This company is one of the few that stands forward with integrity and honesty.
From the moment I walk in, it's a joy to be with the people that I'm with.
Hello, everybody. I'm Dwayne Bachman along with Brian Gillespie, and we welcome you to Alexander Stadium and tonight's Division II playoff contest between the Piqua Indians and the Anderson Redskins. There are just 8 teams left in Division II, Region 8. They all see action this evening. Number 1 seed Winton Woods takes on number 8 seed Edgewood. Number 4 seed King challenges number 5 seed Turpin. Number 2 seed LaSalle will play number 7 seed Stebbins. And, of course, this contest between Piqua and Anderson. There's no doubt that this Anderson team is very strong, and their 6-2 record attests to that fact. If Anderson is vulnerable, it may be on the defense side. The visitors over the course of the 8 games have given up 36 points each outing, while the Piqua Indians defense has relinquished only 38 points for the whole season, which averages less than 8 points per game, and those numbers may be the difference for the Indians tonight. The strength of this Anderson squad lies on the offensive side of the football. They're led by 6'2", 200-pound senior quarterback Jackson Kuhn. This outstanding young man has run 89 times for 569 yards, but even more impressively are his numbers in the passing game. Kuhn has put the ball in the air 262 times and completed 177 of them. That's 67%. And what is amazing is Anderson has 4 receivers who have all caught more than 30 aerials, and this combination will certainly be a challenge tonight for the Piqua secondary. Dwayne Bachman, Brian Gillespie. Brian, we're on the end of a 30-minute delay. We're still about 20 minutes away from the kickoff, but you've taken a look at the statistic. You've talked to people about the game. What do we expect here tonight at Alexander Stadium?
Well, it should be an interesting game tonight between two historically successful programs. Between them, 26 playoff appearances in the history. These teams have actually only met one other time. That was back in 1994 at Dayton's Welcome Stadium, and Piqua came out of that one with a 31-3 victory. But Anderson comes to us with a high-powered offense. They have netted an average of 48.7 points per game over the last 3 games, where they have won by 34 points per contest. Now, that may have been due to a bit of a light competition, but they have also had a heck of a season under Coach Evan Dreyer and should not be overlooked by any means.
Well, this is a good Anderson ball club. We'll find out how good. We'll find out if the weather has anything to do with keeping possession of that football. Well, Brian, we're still a few minutes away from the opening kickoff, but how about the starting lineups for the Indians and the Redskins?
Okay, I think I'm going to start with the Anderson Redskins. We have on offense from right to left on their front line. They have right tackle number 65, Aiden Trowbridge. He's 6'2", 230 pounds as a junior. We've got right guard number 74, Gabe Harris, 5'10", 220-pound junior as well. Center number 58, Zachary Zoglio, 6'1", 220-pound seniors. And they've got a left guard, number 63, Noah Habig. He's 6'3", 230-pound senior. And rounding out their offensive line is a big left tackle, 75, Ethan Ellington, 6'2", 225-pound senior. They are a really, really veteran roster on offense with not a single player below junior. Now in the backfield, they have just quarterback Jackson Kuhn. This is the first time I've seen this before, but number 12, Jackson Kuhn, 6'2", 200-pound senior, is actually the only one listed for the backfield. They actually have 5 wide receivers listed on the roster. That's a first for me. Number 5, Andrew Williams, 6'1", senior. Number 81, Connor Casey, 6'4", 185-pound junior. Number 4, wide receiver R.J. Corbett is a senior. And they've got a guy to watch tonight, Jarek McClanahan, number 1. He's a great athlete. He's 5'10", 190, senior. And then last but certainly not least, the deep threat, number 13, Joey Faulkner. He's a junior, 6 foot tall, 175. Defensively, they are also pretty veteran-laden. They only have 1 sophomore, and then everyone else is juniors and seniors. Their big guy on the end, on the front line, is defensive lineman number 92, Cole Hinkle. Very rare that you have a guy that's 6'6", 225 on the front line as a junior here for Anderson. Also, defensive lineman number 26, McLean Morency, 5'9", 150. So they're only sophomore on defense. That's starting at least. They also have number 93, defensive lineman Noah Merkel, 6'2", 220, and he's a junior. They've also got 4 linebackers, actually 5 linebackers listed on the roster here. I think they play a 3-3 defense, so that the linebackers move around a lot. They try to fill all the holes, the gaps there. Number 3, Jared Bush is starting at linebacker, 5'11", senior. They've got number 30, Casey O'Toole, 6'2", 225 linebacker, junior. They've got linebacker number 15, Andrew Aziz. He makes a lot of plays for this defense, 6'2", 200. He gets after the quarterback pretty well. I think he's leading them, or he's right there. I think he has 2.5 sacks on the year. He's a 6'2", 200-pound senior. They've also got number 17, Brody Foley, 6'6", another big guy, at 6'6", 230, junior. Mitchell Dinkins, the final of 5 linebackers, 6'2", 225, senior. And also 3 defensive backs. You'll see them, William Knott, number 2, 6', 195, senior. Defensive back 22, Max Muhlenkamp, 6'2", 180, junior. And last but certainly not least, number 27, Miles Glenn Walker. He's 6 foot and he's 180. and he's a senior. You'll see those defensive backs, they'll start off way far deep into the secondary. You'll see that on a regular basis. On to the Piqua Indians, also a veteran-laden roster, and we'll start with their offense. Up front, the Grinders on the right side of the offensive line, we've got Caleb Lyons at guard, 6'7", number 67, 6'4", 288. They've got Jacob Hepner at left guard. That he is 6'2", 287. Left tackles, Wyatt Dobbins, 6'1", 251. You've got Zach McGuire at center, 6'1", 315. And then you've got at wide receivers, you've got Blaine Uhl, 6'4", senior. You've got Keegan Patton, number 30, 6'1", senior. You've got wide receiver Garrett Shrub, number 6, 6'4", 186, senior. And you've also got Jarrell Lewis, 6'2", 252, senior running back. You've got Karan Coleman at running back, number 25, 5'10", 187, senior. You've got Tanner Kemp, number 1 at running back, 6', 171, junior. And then last but certainly not least, under center or in the backfield at least, the lone sophomore on the offense, quarterback number 7, Brady Uhl. In regards to defense, Jarrell Lewis plays defensive end, number 8, 6'2", 252. He's got 11.5 sacks on the year, so you got to keep an eye on him if you're Anderson. Defensive tackles are Lance Reeves-Hicks, number 57, 6 foot senior. He's just back from injury last week, and he's working his way back into the lineup. We've got defensive tackle number 67, Caleb Lyons, who also plays defense. You've got defensive end Landon Hare, number 85, 6'1", 210. He's quick off the edge. He'll get you 8. He's got 8.5 sacks on the year. You've got outside linebacker number 1, Tanner Kemp. Outside linebacker number 25, Karan Coleman. You've got inside linebackers number 33, Sam Schmeezing, the only sophomore on the defense for Piqua. And then you've got linebacker number 26, Damian Lawson, junior. And then defensive backs, Braden Strayer, number 12, junior. And safety, number 3, Josiah Medley, junior.
Those are your starting lineups for the Anderson Redskins and the Piqua Indians. While we were listening to Brian give us the starting lineups, we want to make sure that we tell you how the coin toss went, because Piqua won the toss. They just decided to defer. That means they're going to kick it off to Anderson as this game begins, when it begins. The referee tonight is Jim Johnson. Head linesman Jamie Hardig. Line judge is Chris White. The umpire is Billy Willis, and the back judge is Corey Frizzell. Well, again, because of the weather and for other reasons, a couple games that were originally scheduled for tonight have been rescheduled, and the Winton Woods Edgewood game has been rescheduled for tomorrow at 5 p.m. In Division III, Tip City is playing Hamilton-Baden. That ball game will be played at noon tomorrow. And we were learned that Northmont had to forfeit their game to Springfield because of the virus. So those are some of the things that are happening, some of it because of bad weather, and one of those is because of the virus, and we certainly feel badly for the Northmont players, coaches, and their fans. Well, Brian, this is a little unusual. We've had unusual weather, but the fact that we've got a team that's coming in and they don't have a running back listed on their roster, and that means that we're going to see the ball in the air tonight, I think, a lot of times. And if the quarterback Jackson Kuhn isn't throwing it, he's going to run it. So this will be a heck of a test for the Piqua defense, because the passing game is going to actually have to be successful if Anderson expects to make this a ball game.
Well, I think a lot of Jackson Kuhn's success rushing the ball is probably because they spread defenses out so wide with those 5 receivers, and you have to be aware of those bubble screens. They're very effective also at throwing the deep ball. A couple of their different receivers actually are over 15 yards per catch. And that has to be in the back of the mind of the Piqua defensive backs. So if you take them out of the equation and you run guys out of the play, then that gives Jackson Kuhn, a great athlete, a one-on-one sometimes situation where he's got an opportunity to make a play in the running game.
Well, again, we expect the kickoff at about 8:20. So you're watching at home. You're watching a replay of last week's game with Harrison. But again, one of the things I want to share, Brian, is I was in the library last week, and somebody came up, and we got to talking. And they were asking about the football playoff situation, and basically they asked a couple questions, and I thought to myself, maybe if I made a couple notes, we could bring people up to date on what's happened with the Alexander Stadium and football playoffs. And going back to when the stadium was being planned, provision for the Ohio High School Athletic Association to have playoff games was very, very important because of the economic impact on the Piqua area. And for doing that, of course, we have 45 seats on both sides of the stadium. And again, if you remember, and most of you will, there were no tax dollars involved in the stadium itself. The fundraiser was just about $3 million. So the stadium was built with to accomplish what was very important, and that is playoff games. Now you might ask, I would ask you the question, are you aware how many playoff games there have been at Alexander Stadium? Alexander Stadium. And the answer would be 53. Well, you might say, and again, another question would be, how many of those playoff games have actually been because Piqua has qualified for a playoff game? And the answer is, prior to 2020, the answer is just one. And again, you might say, well, that can't be because in 2000, we were the state runner-up to Olmsted Falls. Yes, we were, but that playoff game, and there was one in Piqua, but it was at Wirt Stadium. That was the Wirt Stadium last game. 2001 was the first year of Alexander Stadium, and there was a playoff game at the new stadium. We beat Edgewood 21-0. The next week we, I think, went, if I'm not mistaken, to Troy and got beat by Vandalia Butler, but that was not a home game for Piqua. In 2006, you say, wait, we won the state championship. Certainly we had a home a game in the playoff. The answer was no, we did not. We finished that regular season with 8 wins and 2 losses and did not get a home playoff game, but as all of you who followed the Piqua fortunes, we beat Pickerington Central in the state championship 26-7. So this is basically what I think is very, very important. Remember what I'm saying. We're talking about exclusively Alexander Stadium, and I'm going to give you some information that talks a little bit about the impact of that stadium through 2019, not this year, through 2019. 53 playoff games. I contacted OHSAA and asked whether or not we could estimate how many fans were at each of those 53 games. They thought 3,000 fans was a conservative estimate, and when you multiply those two together, that means 160,000 fans have watched playoff games at Alexander Stadium. Then I asked a question about what about the economic impact of those 53 games, and they said, well, we think it'd be safe to say that people come to Piqua for those playoff games. They have to stay overnight. They have to buy gasoline. They have to do some shopping. And it's safe to say that you can put down $15,000 for the economic impact of each of those games. And when you multiply that out, folks, that's $800,000. So you can see, for those of you who have followed Piqua football for all these years, what a great thing we have in Alexander Stadium and what it's meant. And again, there are still things to be done in 2020, but those are little odds and ends that can tell us what that has meant to this community through 2019. Well, Brian, I'll tell you what, we're going to come back in a few minutes and get this thing started, but right now, let's remember, you're watching Piqua High School football on the Indian Nation Station, your home for Piqua Athletics.
Ladies and gentlemen, under the direction of Mr. Mitch Mahaney, please stand and clap along as the Pride of Piqua Marching Band takes the field to play the Piqua fight song and the alma mater.
Good night for Piqua football. Turn your back, you're a broken man. Come around and just die and shake your head. Don't expect you to understand. Just keep telling yourself there's no shame. They don't know about who we are. They don't know about you and I. They ain't all blind by the stars of your eyes. Oh, hot blood love is gonna get you. Prove you're the better man. You wanna reach for the things that nobody can. All you need is to break away, yeah. Just keep keep telling yourself there's no shame. They don't know about who we are. They don't know about you and I. They ain't all blind by the stars of your eyes.
Here
High
comes the
blood
Indians.
love is gonna get
Brian Gillespie coming to you tonight from Alexander Stadium, Perth Field. It ought to be a dandy. The Indians have made their way to midfield. They're huddling around their head coach. The Redskins from Anderson are headed on the far side. They're looking for their head coach, Evan Dreyer, and we're just a few minutes away from kicking this one off. Right now, the fans at Alexander Stadium are being asked to stand for the national anthem.
That you stand and remove your hats for the playing of the national anthem.
National anthem by the Piqua High School Marching Band. Dwayne Bachman, Brian Gillespie coming to you from Alexander Stadium, Perth Field. We're just about ready to kick it off. The Indians won the toss. They deferred as they usually do. They'll be kicking it off to the Redskins of the head coach, Evan Dreyer. Brian, I don't know what to expect. A few unusual twists and turns, not only of the weather, but as you look at the starting lineups, we'll find out what's happened, and we're probably going to find out pretty quick how the Indians can handle Jackson Kuhn, the outstanding quarterback that brought these Redskins to Piqua.
Well, I'll tell you what, better late than never. I mean, I'd rather get this game in tonight. I'm glad that you got the weather out of here and we're ready to play. Jackson Kuhn is a coach's son. His dad was an assistant coach when Anderson won their only state championship in 2007. Ironically, the year after Piqua won its only state championship. So there's a lot of connections here between these two programs. It should be a heck of a football game.
Jackson Trombley getting ready to kick it off for the Indians. They're going to be going from our right to left. So let's see what happens as the deep return men, number 5, Andrew Williams, waiting for the kick. Let's see what happens as Jackson Trombley, one of the fine legs in the Miami Valley, gets ready to kick it off, and here we go. This one is underway. The kick is going to go right down to the 1-yard line. Going to be picked up, I believe, by Andrew Williams, if I'm not mistaken. He got to the 10-yard line and was met by 4 or 5 blue shirts. Let's see if that's who it was. That was number 6, so we missed it by just 1. Evan Epchurch was the young man who picked it off, got it back to the 11-yard line, 1st and 10. Anderson.
Looked like a host of Piqua Indians got to him, including Schmeezing on that play.
Let's see what happens as the Redskins, 4 wideouts to the near side, 1 to the far side. First pass is going to go to number 13. That's Joey Faulkner. He's got it. He's going to get above the 25-yard line, and that's going to be a first down for the Redskins. 4 wideouts to the near side, 1 to the far side. It started off Jackson Kuhn all by himself in the shotgun.
They look like they're going to go at a fast pace, too.
Here's another one. Same play, and I think the same receiver. I think that was Joey Faulkner again. Out to the Piqua sideline. Going to be good for I don't know if they're going to move the snap. Looks like he gained about 9, Brian.
It'll be very important for Piqua to do a good job on the perimeter in their tackling because they can't afford to miss tackles. These guys are pretty electric athletes.
Kuhn, this time he's going to try to wiggle around to the right side again to Joey Faulkner. Faulkner gets to about the 46-yard line. That's going to be enough for a first down for Anderson.
Kuhn seems to be really good on his feet. He can make some last-second decisions, unlike a lot of the other teams we've played this year.
Kuhn. And I think we have a penalty. I think one of the Indians jumped offside, and we'll see if that's going to be a 5-yard penalty against Piqua, and it is. Well, we thought that they were going to put the ball in the air. So far, that's the only place it's gone. And again, the short pass and all those receivers, certainly Jackson Kuhn looks like he's the real deal, Brian.
They're going to have to be ready because they go so fast here. They can't afford to.
There's another pass right over the middle. Let's see who got that one.
13
There's
again.
it, number 6. That's Evan Upchurch. So far, Jackson Kuhn is perfect, and this young man is awfully good in the passing department. Now to the right side again to Faulkner. Faulkner's got it. He's got it down to the 20-yard line. And right now, Brian, these Indians are back on their heels. That short passing game has really been effective.
You haven't seen them on their heels much. It might be a little bit of a shock to their system at this point.
Jackson Kuhn gets the snap. Now he looks to the sideline for Evan Dreyer, their head coach, to tell Kuhn what kind of a play. They're changing the play. Now we've got Kuhn ready for the snap. He's going to pass it to the left side on the wing. That one's going to go to Andrew Williams. Andrew Williams going to get inside the 20-yard line. And I believe at this point in time, Kuhn is perfect for the evening.
That was a nice tackle there by Tanner Kemp to reel him in on that one. That was the first time they threw left. They've been taking advantage of the right-hand side.
Second down and 7. Kuhn's ready for the snap. Looks downfield. Now he's going to run. He's got a little running room. He's going to get inside the 10-yard line and going to be awfully close to a first down. Let's see if they're going to move the stakes, and I believe they are. Boy, this is an offense that has really been effective in the early going.
Wow, let's keep in mind they've averaged 48.7 points per game the last 3 games. I mean, obviously they can put up points. You got to make a turnover or something. You got to make a play.
Now we're going to have the first running play of the evening for the Redskins, and that's going to go to, see if we can pick up a number. I believe it's going to be number 5. That's Andrew Williams. He's the only running back other than Kuhn that sees much of the football. Over to right up the middle is the quarterback, Jackson Kuhn. And I believe Jackson Kuhn.
I think he might have fumbled.
He might have fumbled. Let's see. No, they're calling. Yes, Jackson Kuhn coughed it up, and the Indians picked it off and covered in the end zone. Oh, Brian, after the start, the Indians dodged the bullet by picking up the fumble by Jackson Kuhn.
It's that wet ball. You got to be careful tonight. There's a lot of rain in the area, and that's why we had that delay. And you got to cover up the ball. But what a drive by Anderson to end up with 0 points.
Now let's see if the Indians can take advantage of the turnover and get their offense in gear. Brady Uhl is the quarterback. He's a 5'11", 161-pound sophomore and has played extremely well all season long. He gets the snap, hands it off. I think this was to Karan Coleman. Karan Coleman gets to about the 25-yard line. Let's see where they're going to spot the football.
I think it wouldn't hurt so much to have a ball control offense and just grind it out a little bit tonight with that type of offense on the other side of the ball. I think that the longer they can keep that ball and keep that Anderson offense off the field is better for Piqua tonight.
He got half of what he needed, so it's 2nd down and 5. Opening minutes of the first quarter, the Anderson Redskins fumbled it on the goal line. Piqua recovering. It's zip. Uhl again. Waiting for the snap. He's got it. Hands it off to Coleman. Coleman's got some running room. Coleman's going to have more than enough all the way to the 48-yard line. Karan Coleman, he's been dynamite the whole season. And boy, when he gets that first step on the defense, he's hard to come by quickly. Indians up to the line of scrimmage. Uhl again. in the shotgun. Now looking to the sideline for a play from Bill Neese. 1st and 10. Coleman again. He's going to try the right tackle. He gets to midfield. They fumbled back. Now he fumbled. Now let's see what happened. Right now, I think Karan Coleman turned it right back to the Redskins. So a pair of fumbles, and now wait a minute. We have one of the officials saying, hold off. There may be reason for discussion. They might have thought. They said that he was down before he fumbled the ball. So, boy, 2 early breaks for the Indians.
Ooh, that sideline for Anderson, they made it look like that was a sure fumble. They got super excited, but it looked like maybe he got his knee on the ground before that thing came out.
So that makes it 2nd down and 10. The Indians keep the football. Wow, 2 big breaks go the Indians' way here in the early going. 8:30 left to go first quarter. Indians on the move, up to the line of scrimmage. In the shotgun is Brady Uhl, being shouted by Karan Coleman. The snap. I believe the center might have moved the ball, and that's going to be a 5-yard penalty, I believe, against Piqua. Let's see if that's yes, another 5-yard penalty against the Indians. The Indians aren't helping themselves, but so far been able to get away with just about everything. Now that's going to make it 2nd down and 15.
Now keep an eye out. They're gonna run, and they're gonna get a lot of guys in the box here. So Brady Uhl is very capable of beating them with his arm too.
Uhl brings them up to the line of scrimmage. In the shotgun, 2 wide outs to the top side, 1 to the near side. Here's the snap. Uhl back to pass. Over the middle, he got one to Garrett Shrub. Garrett Shrub gets the completed pass. Big completion for the Indians, and it looks like they're going to move the stakes. That's going to be good for a 1st down. Oh, so the Indians have dodged a couple bullets. Now they have the ball in Redskin territory, 1st and 10.
Right on cue right there. It looked like Anderson was edging up in the box. They had 7 in the box, almost 8, and Uhl just picked them apart with that pass right there.
Uhl. This time he hands it off to number 23, and that's number 23 is Bryson Roberts. Bryson Roberts gets to about the, let's see if he got to the 40-yard line. Let's see where they spot the football. Gets it back to, they put it to about the 39-yard line quickly. 2nd down, no gain for Bryson. 2nd down. Scoreboard gave him a yard, so let's call it 2nd down and 9. 2 wide outs to the near side, 1 to the top side. Uhl handled it. Oh, wait a minute, I think we had a flag on the play before the ball was snapped. Let's see if we can pick up this penalty. Another false start on the part of the Indians. So right now the Indians have dodged some bullets, but have not helped themselves much in the penalty phase of the game.
They seem a little bit nervous. There's some nerves going on out there right now. I think it's uncharacteristic of this team. They haven't had those issues this year with the penalties very often.
6 minutes, 52 seconds left to go in the first quarter. Still nobody on the scoreboard. 2nd down and 14. 3 wide outs to the near side this time. 1 to the far side as Uhl waits for the snap. He's got it. He's looking downfield. He's trying to find a Patton, but threw it over his head. It falls incomplete. That's going to make it 3rd down and 14. Big possession play early for the Indians, Brian.
Looked like he had him open in the zone there. He just barely overthrew him there.
Yeah, he was open. Just overthrew him. So let's make it 3rd down and 14 for Piqua.
My guess is this is 4-down territory for Piqua, so they'll try to get it close to the sticks on this play, and then they'll go for it on 4th if they get it.
See what happens as the Indians wait for the snap. Uhl looking to the right side. Now he's going to try to go around the corner. Gets around the corner, gets a couple of them back, but going to be well short of the 1st down. Looks like it's going to be a gain. Well, let's see where they spot the football, because he was pushed out of bounds on the Anderson side of the field. He got back to the he got back to about the 40-yard line, so it's going to be 4th down. And let's see if Austin Burns is going to come in and kick it away.
Some early action for Austin Burns tonight. That's rare. They haven't had to punt the ball that much. They didn't get much on third down there.
I'm not so sure Austin has had to punt the first quarter prior to tonight.
It's been a while.
He's standing on the 46-yard line, waiting for the snap. 6:26 left to go, first quarter. Here's Austin Burns. High kick, it's going to go out of bounds on the far side of the field. Let's see where they mark it. Going to be 1st and 10 for the Anderson Redskins.
Hopefully Piqua was able to figure out what they need to do on defense, because they were given a lot of ground on those little short passes, and these receivers are pretty electric. That Joey Faulkner, number 13, you give him an inch, he'll take a mile, I'll tell you what.
Let's see what Jackson Kuhn, the quarterback for Anderson, has got up his sleeve, as the Redskins have 3 to the near side, 2 to the far side. First pass goes to the far side. It's going to be completed, and it's completed to number 81.
Connor Casey right there.
Yeah, Connor, that's right. Connor Casey gets that one. It's going to be first down. First down for the Redskins. Second pass is going to go again right to the same person. That's Connor Casey. Again, I'll tell you, this Jackson Kuhn is awfully good, Brian.
Well, I'll tell you what, their quick passing game neutralizes Piqua's strength, and that's the pass rush. They haven't been able to get any pressure on him right now.
Here's a 2nd down and 5. Pass goes to the far side. It's going to be good for a first down, and that one's going to go to number 81 again. And so Connor Casey is the target this time. The last time they had the football, it was Joey Faulkner.
I'll tell you what, it doesn't seem to be rocket science. It's those quick passes, and he's just so accurate with the ball.
Kuhn waiting for the snap to the Piqua side of the field. That's back to Upchurch. Upchurch gets it and gets about a yard. Didn't get much on that one, but it was a completed pass. And I'll be real honest with you, Jackson Kuhn in the opening quarter has been very impressive with the Redskins from Anderson High School. Here's a snap. Kuhn again, this time on the left side. Got a receiver open. Let's see who that would be. That's going to be number 1. That's going to be Jarek McClanahan.
I think Piqua's going to have to maybe adjust what they do, because they're just dropping so far off on these guys. They're giving them easy throws, and Kuhn does not miss very often.
Let's see what happens as, again, it's 1st and 10. Jackson Kuhn to the far sideline, again to Jarek McClanahan. He's got it. He's going to be inside the 20-yard line, down to about. Let's see if they mark it on the 14. That looks like where it's going to go.
It's incredible. They're going right up the field on this tough defense Piqua has.
1st and 10. Kuhn again, this time to Evan Upchurch. Right up the middle. He's inside the 5-yard line. And I'll tell you right now, Brian, the passing game of the Anderson Redskins has been nothing short of sensational, and it has really been the difference, even though the Indians have not been scored upon. Right now, the Redskins are looking for a touchdown. Right up the middle, let's see who's going to get. I think that might have been Andrew Wilson. Let's see who gets off that stack of about 6 or 7 players. Short of the touchdown, but not by much. So it's going to be 2nd down and goal for the Redskins with 3:59 left to go in the first quarter.
I'll tell you what, I don't know how many yards they have, but they're already pushing 100 yards or more of offense.
And the ball is resting on the 1/2-yard line. So Kuhn, this time is going to be over center. He's going to try to sneak it into the end zone, and the official says touchdown. Anderson's first on the scoreboard with 3:36 left to go. And I'll tell you right now, Brian, this is going to be a ball game where the Indians are going to have to make some adjustments against the passing game. Right now, that Jackson Kuhn is taking the ball away from everything that the Indians have tried to put it, and they have not put much pressure on him either. It doesn't take him very long to get rid of it.
The problem is you just don't have time to get there. They've had some guys that had a potential of getting there, but then he's already got the ball out of his hands, and he's making quick, easy passes.
The extra point is good, so with 3:36 left to go in the first quarter, the Indians find themselves on the short end of a 7-0 score. Brian, I'm not so sure I have ever been as impressed with a passing game as we have been impressed with what we've seen so far.
I'll tell you what, it's just so quick and it's so accurate, and they're going to have to come out of that zone defense, I think, and come up and try to cover guys man to man, or he's just going to pick them apart with those short passes. And the difference between them and the other teams that they've played is every guy that catches the ball is an athlete that can break tackles, that can make plays.
He's got 4 or 5 receivers who have awfully good hands, so Jackson Kuhn has impressed everybody in this opening quarter. Now they're going to kick it off to the Indians.
Well, this is going to be interesting to see how Piqua handles adversity, because they really haven't had any adversity for about really the whole season. Maybe a little bit back in Stebbins when it was a close game, but not since then, and that's been a long time ago.
Here comes the kickoff. It's going to go down to the 5-yard line. The Indians are going to try to bring it back. Let's see who's got the ball. It's going to be number 2. That's going to be Dre'Shawn Roberts. Dre'Shawn Roberts might have coughed it up, and if they did, let's see what the officials are going to decide. Boy, oh boy, this has been a very, very tough first quarter for Piqua. Now, Piqua recovered their own fumble, but there's a flag on the play. Let's see what they're going to do with the football.
You got to cover that football up tonight. I mean, if you get a direct shot, that ball's gonna slip right out of your arms. They got to think about that when they're running. He kept that one outside his body a little bit there, and they got a good shot on the ball.
We still haven't gotten the signal from the officials as to what that penalty is all about. I think maybe they've decided that they're not going to have a penalty. I think they're going to call. Let's see what they decided. No, they're going to call personal foul on Piqua. So nothing this first quarter has gone the way of the Indians, although it's a personal foul on both sides, so it's going to be offsetting penalties. 1st and 10 for the Indians.
That was fortunate because I believe the first personal foul was on Piqua, and then I think Anderson came back and responded, and that bailed them out, especially with the fumble that they recovered of their own. That's 2 fumbles they put on the ground. They've both recovered those. So Piqua was fortunate to be where they're at.
That's exactly right. 3:26 left to go the first quarter. Anderson with a 7-0 lead. Here come the Indians up to the line of scrimmage. Brady Ohl in the backfield waiting for the snap. He's got a handoff, goes to Dre'Shawn Roberts, I believe, number 2. See who going to get off the sack. Jarrell Lewis, number 8, was the ball carrier. He didn't have too much luck. Let's give him 3. Let's call it second down.
We got a flag
Let's call it second down and 7. Is there another flag on the play? We've had a lot of those in this first quarter.
They ripped his helmet off, so I'm thinking maybe it's a face mask.
Let's see what's going to be. Personal foul, face mask penalty. This one's going to go against the Anderson Redskins, so that's going to make it 1st and 10 for Piqua.
That's a big penalty because that gives Piqua some decent field position and an opportunity to get. They need points. They need points in a hurry tonight because Anderson's going to be scoring, it appears.
Let's see what happens as the Indians put it in play. Ball resting on the 42-yard line. 3 minutes, 14 seconds left to go first quarter. Indians trying to march down the field. Here's the handoff. Handoff this time. Karan Coleman tries the middle of that Anderson defense, and let's see how many he got. He got a few, but it's going to be 3rd down. It's going to be 3rd down, and
I think it's still like 3rd down here. About 6. They got a 1st down, I think, on that penalty.
Excuse me, so 2nd down. That's right. 2nd down. They got the 1st down on the penalty. This is going to be 2nd down and 6.
I think that they're going to try to make Ohl beat them. I think they're going to make Brady throw the ball tonight in this with the wet football, and they're going to just keep stacking the box.
Here's the snap. Handoff this time to Karan Coleman. He goes up the middle, but he's going to be short of the 1st down. I think you're right, Brian. I think they're going to force the Indians to go to the air, and right now they have been their running game has been shortchanged by a pretty strong defensive effort by the Redskins from Anderson High School. Third down and 4.
There haven't been a whole lot of teams that have been able to contain Piqua's running game, so it's a unique situation they're in right now.
Ooh. Hands it off to Jarrell Lewis. Jarrell Lewis going to get over midfield, going to go to about the 48-yard line. Let's see whether it's going to be a first down, and I think he's going to be just a bit short, so let's call it 3rd down and 1. Jarrell Lewis, we were told, was going to probably get the ball a little bit more tonight, and he has already carried 2 or 3 times here in this first quarter.
We got a 4th and 1 here, Dwayne. This is a big play.
4th and 1 for the Indians. Hand off right up the middle. That's going to be Karan Coleman. Karan Coleman that time has more than enough. 1st and 10 Piqua. The Indians need to put something on the scoreboard, Brian.
And to be honest, it's not the worst to go slowly right now. I mean, the small chunks aren't that bad as long as they can hold on to the football.
Let's see what Bill Neese decides to do. Minute left to go, first quarter. Ooh, back to pass. Now he's going to try to run. He gets to about the 40-yard line before he's dropped by a host of white jerseys. So Brady Uhl that time looked downfield, didn't find anybody, decided to run, ran down to about the 35-yard line, and going to be about 2 yards short of a first down.
He's pretty elusive when he does run. He doesn't run a lot, but Brady can gain some yardage when he takes that ball with him.
2nd down and 2. Hand off to Coleman. Coleman's got some running room. He gets down to about the 30. Boy, there was an opening there, but it closed up very, very quickly, but it's going to be enough for a Piqua first down with less than a half minute left to go in the first quarter.
That was an excellent jump cut right there that got Karan Coleman those yardage, because those guys came in collapsing on him, and he was able to bounce that one off tackle.
Now the Indians looking to the sideline for a play from the Piqua coaching staff. Be the last play of the first quarter, probably. Ooh, over on the right side. Completed pass to the far side. That's to Corey Miller. So Corey Miller has enough for, let's see if he just got a couple yards, but that's the end of the first quarter. At the end of the first quarter, Piqua trails 7-0. You're watching Piqua High School football on the Indian Nation station. Your home for Piqua Athletics.
Dr. Littlejohn believes clear vision begins with regular, comprehensive eye exams. His friendly professional staff will make you feel welcome in his office, located at 8090 Looney Road. With our great selection of stylish eyewear, our licensed opticians will help you pick the perfect pair of glasses. Dr. Littlejohn participates in many vision plans. Call us at 937-606-2772 to schedule your next eye exam. We look forward to seeing you soon.
Go Indians!
Dwayne Bachman, Brian Gillespie back at Alexander Stadium Field. First play of the second quarter, the Indians trailed 7-0, but they are seemingly able to move the ball here after a very slow start. This time it's hands off again to Roberts. Roberts, boy, they're trying to middle that line. Roberts got to about the 20-yard line, so that's
gives them a nice short third down here. That's always a nice play. It's a good play for Piqua at 3rd and short.
3rd down and 1. Opening minute of the second quarter. The Indians trying to get on the scoreboard. Brady Uhl this time hands it off to Roberts. Roberts is going to have enough for a first down to about the 15-yard line. So Drayshawn Roberts getting his share of the ball here in the early going. 1st and 10.
You know, Anderson has a tendency to give up a lot of points defensively. So it's not as if Piqua won't be able to put it in the end zone at some point. They just have to keep the ball for long enough where they can cool off that Anderson offense.
Indians up to the line of scrimmage. Wide out to the top side, into the near side. Ool's rolling out to the right side. Found somebody at the 5-yard line, but it goes incomplete. Intended for Corey Miller.
There was nobody open on that play. That was good coverage by Anderson.
So that's going to bring up a 2nd down and 10 for the Indians, and the Indians desperately need to find the end zone.
At the very least, they need to keep the ball as long as they can and ideally get in the end zone to even this one up for sure.
Bryson Roberts shadowing Ool over to the right side. Tried to find a receiver, but somebody from Anderson got their hands on it and knocked it to the ground. That was intended for one of the receivers for Piqua, but falls incomplete. So now, Brian, 3rd down and 10.
I think that one's Brody Foley dropped back into his zone, and I don't think Ool saw him, and he almost picked that one off. He is 6'6", so he covers a lot of ground with those arms.
3rd and 10. Ool back to pass. Ool is sacked. No, he threw the ball out to the far side, but it goes incomplete. So that's going to bring up a 4th down situation for the Indians.
This is a difficult situation. It's probably a field goal range, but when you're facing that Anderson offense, you feel pressured to get points on the board. Touchdowns, not field goals.
You want 7, you don't want 3.
But
Let's
4th
see
and
what
10
Bill
is a
Neese
tough
decides
spot.
to do, Brian. 4th down and 10.
He's going to use a timeout, looks like.
And looks like Piqua's going to take time out. Right now, it's a matter of the Indians needing to keep possession of the football and get back on the scoreboard. They trail 7-0, and I would imagine as we look back at the season for Piqua, there have not been many times with 10 minutes left in the 2nd quarter, the Indians have been shut out or have been trailing 7-0.
Well, I think you're going to find out a lot about the mettle of the team here, because when you trail, you either fall apart or you come together and you get back in the game. And 4th and 10, that's going to be a tough call to make here.
Let's see what Bill Neese decides to do. The Indians need to keep possession of the football. They need a 1st down, or they'd like to get into the end zone and see if they can't tie it up with a point after. Ool, all by himself in the shotgun.
Taking a page out of Anderson's book here.
2 to the white outs to the top. 3. 2 to the near side. Waiting for the snap. Ool's got it. Looking, I believe he's going to be sacked at the 20-yard line, and that means the Indians come away without anything on the scoreboard and turn the ball over to the Anderson Redskins. I don't know if I'm happy with the way this one's going so far, but did we see a penalty flag? And I think maybe we did. Let's see what that's all about. Oh, it's a sideline warning against Piqua, so nobody's going to be penalized other than warned to stay within the box. So, but the ball goes over to Anderson, 1st and 10, and Jackson Kuhn, their quarterback, has been outstanding here in this 1st quarter. Let's see what they do as they get the ball with 10:45 left to go in this 2nd quarter.
As I suspected, they've made an adjustment defensively, Piqua. They've added a member of the secondary and went to a 3-down lineman at this point.
Pass was to Connor Casey. Connor Casey takes it, going to get it to about the 24. Let's make it the 25. No, let's make it the 25-yard line. 2nd down and 5. Boy, this Kuhn is awfully good. He's going to pass now to the right side. Our pass is completed. Let's see if we can pick up who got that one. He's spreading it around pretty good. That, I think, is Joey Faulkner. And boy, he's got 2 or 3 or 4 wideouts that are really, really good.
Well, right now I think Piqua has adjusted their defense. We'll see if their defenders can adjust the way they attack the ball.
Kuhn's getting all kinds of time, although it doesn't take him long to get rid of it. There's another completed pass to Andrew Williams. Jackson Kuhn.
It seems their corners are really having a hard time containing the Anderson receivers, and they're getting outside and they're getting those big chunk plays on really short passes.
Gain of 6, 2nd down and 4. Kuhn over to the right side, completed pass, and there's some daylight there as that one's completed by number 13, Joey Faulkner. This passing game has just been nothing short of sensational. We have to give credit to the Anderson offense. This has been quite a passing show. Now we've got 4 wideouts to the near side, one of the top side. This time Kuhn's going to keep the ball. He's got some running room, gets to midfield.
Keep
going
an
to
eye
get
on
about half of what he needed.
Keep an eye on those long stretch passes, because Karan Coleman came real close to picking one off for 6 points right there on that last one. He just barely missed it. So if they can attack those, they got a chance to pick them off in the backfield.
2nd down and 5. Kuhn again to the far side, back to Joey Faulkner. Faulkner goes out of bounds, but that's going to be more than enough for a 1st down. And the Redskins have it in Piqua territory. They're going to put it in play at about the 40-yard line. This has been a spectacular passing effort on the part of Anderson, and Piqua decides to take a much-needed timeout. You're watching Piqua High School football on the Indian Nation Station, your home for Piqua Athletics.
Community colleges continue to be an affordable and popular choice for students. The college.
Daddy, what's college?
College is a place to learn, a place to share ideas, a place to grow, a community. You can play sports too. College is great, and Daddy can afford it.
Have you seen us lately?
Visit edisonohio.edu. Classes are forming now.
We're coming to you from Alexander Stadium, Perk Field. Dwayne Bachman, Brian Gillespie. The Indians trail 7-0 with 9:26 left to go in the first half, but the Anderson Redskins are marching again with a vaunted passing attack led by Jackson Kuhn.
Well, I think you're going to see some adjustments here. I don't think they can stand off 7, 8 yards anymore. I think they're going to have to come up. There's a penalty on Anderson, I believe.
I believe somebody might have moved before the ball was snapped. Let's see if that's the call by the official.
I think you're going to have to, the corners are going to have to be trusted to cover their man-to-man on the line of scrimmage, because if they don't.
I don't believe there was a flag on the play, so they picked it up. Let's go back to 1st and 10. Kuhn again to the right side, gets it to Joey Faulkner. Faulkner to about the 35-yard line. And I'll tell you, Anderson's not wasting much time getting to the line of scrimmage. And Kuhn ready to go again with wideouts all over the place.
They're just going to have to move
with the
closer.
snap. Looking to the right side, now the left side. Got plenty of time. Now he's getting some pressure. He's going to throw it. He's going to throw it out of bounds. I believe. No, they're going to call it a catch inside the 25-yard line. Boy, oh boy, that ball was just about out of bounds, but they picked it off. Another 1st down for the Redskins, and
he's just a
Brian
heady
Gillespie.
player.
This has been a overwhelming show of a passing game. Kuhn again. This time he hands it off to Andrew Williams. Andrew Williams around the right side. Knocked out of bounds, but not before he got a couple yards. Let's see where they spot the football.
He lost it back to the line of scrimmage because he fumbled it out of bounds, it looks like.
Oh, looks like Williams fumbled the ball out of bounds, and they recovered it, so they ended up losing a yard. 2nd down and 11.
They've got to get that. They got to put them in a long third down here.
Again, handoff this time. I think it's, if I'm not mistaken, that looks like that might be, Kuhn might have kept that one himself. Got some of those yards back, but it's going to be 3rd down. Let's see what they, looks to me like it's going to be 3rd down and 6. Big play right here.
Huge play. Now, I don't know that Anderson won't go for it on 4th down, though.
Well, and it looked like somebody on the Piqua side might have jumped offside, and that is a penalty the Indians simply could not afford. That's going to make it 3rd down and 1. Boy, the Indians have not helped themselves much in this first half, Brian.
No, they seem rattled. They haven't been in a close game in a long time, so this is probably a shock to their system.
Kuhn hands it off, and it's going to go to about the 10-yard line. They're going to move the stakes, so it's going to be 1st and 10. I don't think it's going to be 1st and goal. I think they have the ball at about the 11-yard line. Let's make it the 12-yard line. 1st and goal from the 12, 1st and 10 from the 12, 8:13 left to go. Handoff this time goes to the running back. I believe that's Andrew Williams on the bottom of the stack. Gets to inside the 10-yard line.
Just can't afford to give up 4 on a run play because they're not real effective running the ball. But again, they have you on your heels thinking you're going to throw it, and then they'll run it.
Quickly to the line of scrimmage of the Redskins. Kuhn. Kuhn's taking his time, repositioning a couple of the players who are coming in motion to the left side. Kuhn with the snap. Going to throw it to the sideline, intended for number 1, Jarek McClanahan. McClanahan couldn't come up with it, a little bit low. That's one of the few times when Jackson Kuhn has missed his target.
That's a news flash because we have not seen him make one bad throw the whole game, and that was the first.
Next 2 plays are going to be used for Piqua. 3rd down and 6. Ball resting on the 9-yard line. There's Kuhn. Kuhn's going to have enough running room. Looks like he's going to. Let's see if he scored, and he did. So Jackson Kuhn took it 9 yards, and so the Indians now trail 13-0 with 7:32 left to go. And at this point in time, Brian, I'm starting to think that the Indians are going to have way to go if they're going to try to get back into this one.
Well, it's difficult because you don't want to be baited into a score fest where you're getting away from the running game, but you're feeling a lot of pressure now, being down 2 scores.
Here comes the point after. It's up. It is.
Nope.
No good. So the Indians dodged the bullet, only a 1-point bullet, but it's 13-0 with 7:34 left to go. And Brian, let's be very, very honest. The Indians have got to put something on the scoreboard this time around.
Yeah, uncharacteristically, they gave up on the run at last offensive possession and threw the ball on 2nd, 3rd, and 4th down, and you don't see that very often. I think that was some impatience. Hopefully they'll get the run established. They can get back in this game 1 touchdown at a time.
The Indians need to score, and they'll have plenty of time to do it, but so far the passing of Jackson Kuhn has dominated this ball game.
They just don't seem to have an answer. They did spread it out a little bit. That was a bit more of effective of a defensive possession there. But they also, they can run Kuhn out of that formation, which makes it very difficult for those inside guys.
Number 20, Hayden Brook, is going to, number 16, Aiden Boyd is going to kick it off for the Redskins. Anderson with a 13-0 advantage here in the second quarter, 7:34 left to go. The Indians are going to have to put something on the scoreboard this time around. Here's the kick. Kick going to go short, going to go down and out of bounds inside the 30-yard line. Let's see the flag for the infraction. Let's see where they're going to put it in play. 1st and 10 for Piqua.
I'm going to guess that's not how they drew it up. Kicking it right out of bounds like that. They probably wanted some in-between bounce there, but that was a big mistake there because you give Piqua the ball at the 35.
1st and 10 for Piqua. They're on their own 35-yard line, 1st and 10. And right now, the Indians need to show some efforts on the offensive side. They trail 13-0, and I'm not so sure the Indians have seen 13-0 on that side of the scoreboard in a long time.
Not this year.
Brady Ohl waiting for the snap. Handoff this time. Let's see. Corey Miller took that handoff, but didn't have any luck. In fact, got back to the line of scrimmage And so it's going to be second down. Let's call it second down and 10. Indians simply cannot break anything loose, Brian.
Well, they haven't had a whole lot of luck with that play all year. They've maybe gained 5-6 yards at best on that play. So that's a tough one to run right now when you're up against it.
And let's face it, we were talking about the offense for Anderson. The defensive units played pretty well here in this first half as well.
There's some confusion, it seems, on the Piqua offense here, so they're running a little low on time here.
Waiting for Old to get the snap, and the snap off to Karan Coleman. Karan Coleman gets up to about the 40-yard line, maybe down, maybe to the 41, but going to be third down and 4, and the Indians have got to keep possession of the football.
Yeah, this is a huge play. At the very least, they got to give themselves a short fourth down play. That's at worst.
Ooh, waiting for the snap. Gives it to Karan Coleman. Karan Coleman back to the line of scrimmage at best. And so the Indians are going to be faced with a fourth down. And Brian, they simply cannot afford to give the ball up to Anderson on downs.
Well, the problem there is they had 9 in the box, and there's not a whole lot you can do with 9 in the box running the ball. I don't know if they have some, audibles in. They probably should have audibled out of that play.
Austin Burns into the lineup. He's going to punt it away for the Indians the way it looks. Austin Burns.
They might try to draw him off sides here and then call timeout.
He's waiting for the snap. He's standing on the 28-yard line waiting for the snap.
Nope.
Snap is good. Here's the kick. Going to go all the way down to the 15-yard line and dropped after he got the punt. Let's see who picked that one off. It's number 6. Number 6 for them is Evan Upchurch. So now the Indians' defense has been very, very strong for the first 7 ball games of this season. Are going to have to put a stop to this offense, an offense that has certainly been far more effective than anybody could have imagined.
Well, it seems that it's almost not worth even rushing the passer in this game. They almost want to drop off into a zone with their front linemen because by the time they get to him, it's too late.
Jackson Kuhn.
Nice play.
Yeah, there's a handoff. I think that was to that was to number 5, Andrew Williams.
Reeves Hicks
and
got through
there. That one didn't go anywhere. In fact, went in the wrong direction, and that's going to be a loss. So the Indians pick up the loss, and
that's a big
now
play
it's
by
going to be first
Lance
down.
Reeves
Let's call
Hicks
it
right
first
there.
down and 17. Excuse me, second down and 17. Jackson Kuhn sprints out to the right side, looking to the far side, tries to find a receiver, tries to find McCallahan, couldn't do it, goes out of bounds. So right away, the Indians have him in a third down situation.
Did you see that, Dwayne? They made him throw over 10 yards. They got to force him to throw the ball longer because those short throws he's very accurate with. When he has to roll and throw deeper passes, I think that's where he gets a little bit less accurate.
This is a big, big play for Piqua.
Huge.
Third down and 17. Kuhn is going to be sacked at the 5-yard line. So Jackson Kuhn that time got pressure from Piqua, and they were dropped at the 5-yard line. They're going to have to punt it away. There, so far, that has got to be the best effort of the Piqua defense in this first half with 4:57 left to go.
2 gigantic plays on that drive from Lance Reeves Hicks. That's the old Lance Reeves Hicks we remember before the knee injury. It looks a little bit better, a little more comfortable this week. Now they have to punt out of their own end zones. Finally, the pressure's back on Anderson here.
And the Indians could get awfully good field position and have a chance to put one in as we get ready to look at the 4-minute mark of the second quarter.
I'm not sure what they're doing here because it looks like they left their offense out there. I don't know exactly. Maybe their quarterback drops back to punt it or something. Oh, now they're calling timeout.
Now it's going to be a timeout on the part of the Anderson Redskins.
Did he really just consider going for it on 4th and 22,
I can't
Dwayne?
believe
I
that.
hope not.
I can't believe that. Okay, let's take a break. You're watching Piqua High School football on the Indian Nation Station, your home for Piqua Athletics.
Community colleges.
Dwayne Bachman, Brian Gillespie. Going to be 4th down, and the Anderson Redskins are going to be kicking it from their own end zone. There's the snap. There's the kick.
I think Hicks blocked
I believe that might have been deflected at the line of scrimmage and goes dead at the 20, let's call it the 21-yard line. Now, there's a big break, and the Indians have got to take advantage of this one. I believe that punt was deflected at the line of scrimmage, and the Indians have, to say good field position is an understatement. They need to find the end zone. 1st and 10.
Another great play by Lance Reeves Hicks there. He's the one who got that block punt. I guess he just decided enough's enough right there.
Well, the Indians right now need something on the scoreboard to take to the locker room for halftime. Ooh. Gets the snap. Reverse to Patton. Patton's going to try to go around the left side. Gets away from one defender, but then all of a sudden there are 3 white jerseys that brought him down probably short of the line of scrimmage. That one didn't fool anybody, Brian.
I'll tell you what, Troy Ole's pulling all the stops out tonight, and Anderson is sharp on defense. They're not going for any fakes. They're right there where they need to be, staying contained.
2nd down, lost a yard. 2nd down at 11. Play coming in from the Piqua sideline. Brady Uhl waiting for the snap. Hands it off to Karan Coleman. Karan Coleman is dropped for a loss. I'll tell you, we got to give credit for this Anderson defense. They have been awfully good. The offense has been nothing short of excellent. And right now, the Indians have got to keep possession of the football, but they find themselves in a 3rd and 14 situation with just under 3 minutes left to go in the first half.
They're going in the wrong direction. Those defensive linemen aren't the biggest guys up there, but they're quick and they're making it hard for that Piqua line.
3rd down. Ooh, back to pass. Looking over on the right side, intended for a receiver. I believe that was intended for, let's see if we got that. That was Keegan Patton, I think, number 30, but I think they called the interference on Anderson.
Yeah, it looked like he got there a little early, and that's a big penalty for Piqua Indians right there. They needed that in the worst way.
They keep the football, and again, very, very important with 2:37 left to go in the half. The Indians try to get something on the scoreboard. They trail 13-0. Interference on the defense.
That takes away a 3rd and 14. That's a huge penalty right there, Dwayne. That should be 1st down if it's a 15-yard penalty.
I don't believe they moved the stakes, though. I think it's 3rd down and 1. Yes, it is. Oh, this time he's going to hand it off Karan Coleman. Karan Coleman that time has enough for a 1st down. They'll move the stakes.
They are just having to grind out every single yard against this defense. They are not finding a ton of holes in there.
Quickly up to the line of scrimmage. The Indians hand it off to Coleman again. This time Karan gets just short of the 5-yard line.
Not a lot on 1st down again. They're putting themselves in a tough spot, even though they are at the 6-yard line.
On the 6-yard line, 2nd down and goal. 2 minutes left to go in the half. The Indians trail 13-0.
It'll be interesting to see where he goes with this, if it's a run behind Jarrell
Bill
Lewis.
Neese decides what to do. Coleman again, right up the middle into the end zone for a touchdown. Oh, we've been waiting for Karan Coleman to do just that, right up the middle, and he put 6 on the board for the Indians, and to say that was timely is an understatement.
Great cut right there, found the hole. Didn't look like there was a ton there, but he slipped through there, and that's Ron Coleman we're used to.
And a extra point becomes very, very important as Jackson Trombley gets ready to make this a 13-7 ball game. There's the snap, there's the kick. It's up and it is good. 1:52 left to go, 2nd quarter. Indians now trail 13-7, and Brian Gillespie, that touchdown was an absolute must for the Piqua Indians.
Yeah, they absolutely had to have that, and what very timely touchdown. Now we flip the script a little bit and put a little pressure on Anderson, considering Piqua gets the ball at the beginning of the 2nd half. Now how does Anderson handle a little pressure?
That's right. It's been a shift in momentum. The
Yes.
first quarter and a half, the momentum belonged to the Redskins, and then all of a sudden, it went after that deflected punt. It went in the direction of the Indians. Indians score with Karan Coleman going in for the score.
We'll see if they can keep getting pressure on the quarterback and making plays by the interior linemen.
And the Indians certainly can't give the Redskins anything with this 1:52 left. They can't give up any more points as we head for the locker room.
No doubt they can't give up. They can't let them go right down the field on them. That would just be a crushing blow.
Trombley gets the whistle. Here comes the kick. Kick is going to go down to, it's going to go into the end zone, so that's going to be a touchback. So the Indians are going to go on defense, but right now their job is to make sure that the Redskins surrender it without putting anything on the board on their side of it. The Indians trail 13-7, 1:52 left to go. The second quarter, Dwayne Bachman. Brian Gillespie here from Alexander Stadium, Pert Field, in what has been an awfully strong first half. Jackson Kuhn over to the right side, got a receiver, finds him open. It's going to be one of his favorite receivers, Joey Faulkner. He's got it, looks like it's going to be good for a first down, and there's still plenty of time. The Indians have got to put the stop on this vaunted offense that they have brought up from Cincinnati. Kuhn again on the right side, knocked down at the line of scrimmage by one of the Piqua defenders.
Well, I think that's what you have to do. If you don't have time to get there, you got to get your hands up, and you got to make some trouble for the quarterback by getting your paw up there and trying to get your hand on the ball.
Second down and 10. Kuhn, this time looking for the left side, gets away from one of the Piqua defenders. Now he's going to try to throw it to the number 5. That's Andrew Williams. Andrew Williams gets it to midfield and just a little bit beyond. Looks like they had him trapped back there, and he got away and completed the pass. And again, another first down for the Redskins. And the Indians right now have got to take it away.
You simply can't let him out of your grasp when you got a chance, because you don't get very many opportunities to get to him.
Kuhn sprints out to the right side, looking to the sideline. Throws it downfield, but I believe it's incomplete. Yep, threw it out of bounds, so it's going to be second down. But it did stop the clock with 1:18 left to go in this half.
I think if you see that when he rolls right, he's not as effective for a guy that's right-handed. When you get him some pressure on him and you make him throw those long passes downfield on the run, that's not his strength. So I think they need to keep doing that.
Jackson Kuhn waiting for the snap. 4 wideouts to the top side, 1 to the near side. Kuhn this time to one of his favorite receivers, and that is number 81. That's Connor Casey. Connor Casey gets it, brings it back in, and the Redskins are wasting no time to go to the line of scrimmage. Third down and 4, minute left to go, and one of the Indians jumps offside. And that was a costly 5-yard penalty, and I think that's exactly what it was. Ooh, the Indians can't afford to make any mistakes, and they've made a few of them tonight. Some of them have resulted in very untimely penalties.
That one right there is extremely important, because that was 3rd and 4, so then you give them a first down and they still have 2 timeouts left. You just can't afford mental mistakes like that when you're down 13-7 against a team that can score as quick as them.
1st and 10 for the Redskins. Kuhn. Wideouts to the right and to the left. There's a pass to the far side. Oh, he's got a receiver open, and that receiver is going to be number 13, Joey Faulkner. And again, but there's a flag on the play. Let's see what that one's all about. Boy, there's been a lot of penalties in this ball game. Let's see what this one is.
Holding on Anderson.
Holding call against the Redskins. Big play, a big break for the Piqua Indians, because that was a pretty nice offensive play that goes for naught.
A very unique thing Anderson's players keep doing. It looks like Coach Dreyer has them do push-ups when they get penalties in the middle of the game. I don't know that I've ever seen that on a
I noticed that before, and I wondered exactly what that was all about, but I think you're right. Okay, 1st and 20. Kuhn Waiting for the snap. Going back to pass, looking to the right, to the left. Now he's going to try to find somebody down the middle. Completed pass to, I think it's number 6. I think that's back to Upchurch. Upchurch gets a few, gets some of those penalty strokes back, but it's going to be second down. Let's call it second down and 8. 42 seconds left to go in the first half, and I believe the Indians decided to call timeout.
I think you can't afford to leave those gaps and overrun the pass rush on that, and that left that open area for him to step up in the pocket and make that throw. And I think Piqua's going to have to stay in their lanes and contain with this guy and try to get him. They need to have the outside guys stay contained and the 2 middle guys break through and get some pass rush to force them, funnel him out of there.
Ball resting on the Piqua 35-yard line. Second down and 8, 42 seconds left to go in the half. The Indians trail 13-7. Glad you've joined us from Alexander Stadium, Perkfield. Dwayne Bachman, Brian Gillespie with all of the action, and this has been everything we thought it was going to be. Now Jackson Kuhn waiting for the snap from center. Getting a little time. Now he throws it over the middle. Finds a receiver that's open. The receiver is Joey Faulkner. Joey Faulkner gets down to inside the 20-yard line, and the Redskins quickly up to the line of scrimmage. First and 10. Kuhn. This time he's going to run up the middle. Going to get to about the 15-yard line before he's dropped. So the Indians trying to keep the Redskins out of the end zone, and the Redskins are playing in their hurry-up offense right here. Clock run, 20 seconds to go. Kuhn throws one to the far side, incomplete. Clock stops with 14 seconds left to go in the half, and third down and 6.
Here would be a great time to make a big play by one of those defensive backs. An interception.
And run down the sideline.
It'd be nice to see that at the end of the half.
It certainly would. Third down and 6. Redskins. Kuhn back to pass. Throws it over the middle. Got a receiver. Number 13 is Joey Faulkner, and Joey Faulkner goes into the end zone. And so what the Indians didn't want was to give up a touchdown. They gave one up with 7 seconds left to go in the half. Brian, that could end up being one of the big plays of this ball game.
Yeah, that they couldn't afford to do that. It's easier said than done, of course, but that is a big-time score for Anderson, putting a lot of pressure on Piqua coming out of the halftime.
Extra point by number 20, Hayden Brook. Boy, that was a tough touchdown, and I believe at this point in time now Anderson's going to take a timeout with 7 seconds left to go. And I'm wondering, Brian, whether or not the extra point that Anderson missed, whether or not head coach Evan Dreyer might be thinking in terms of taking a 2-point PAT.
As easy as the yards have come for them tonight, I would not be surprised if he put his offense back out there to try to get 2 here.
And that would be big for Anderson, even bigger for the Piqua Indians, because that 1-point differential could end up being very, very huge before this one's over. Let's see what's going to happen as the Redskins come to the line of scrimmage, and I think you're right. They're going to try to, they're going to kick it.
Looks like
they're going to kick it. That's going to be Hayden Brook, number 20, who's going to try to make it 20-7. Didn't take a timeout to put in a fake, did they? Let's see if that's what Evan Dreyer might have done. Let's see. Ready now for Brooks' extra point try. Nope, here's the kick. It's up. It is good. So it's 20-7 with less than 10 seconds left to go in this first half. So the Indians are going to probably take a knee and head for the locker room to talk this one over. But be real honest with you, that last touchdown, Brian, was very, very crucial for the Indians.
Yeah, that was a painful touchdown to give up, especially when they didn't have a ton of time on the clock. You had a couple chances to make a play here and there, and every time they let him out of contain, and Kuhn would make the play. He's made play after play after play in this first half.
we've had some teams come in with quarterbacks that have pretty good reputations. I don't think we've had a quarterback play as well as Jackson Kuhn this year.
Yeah, Jackson Kuhn's been great, but I don't think the Piqua defense has helped themselves a lot. Jumping off sides, doing some things they don't usually do, and that makes it tough on you when you're trying to stop a team that's scoring like they are.
Here's the kick. Low kick going to go down and picked up by Corey Miller. Corey Miller trying to hit the Piqua sideline, but going to get to the 30-yard line. Let's see whether or not it looks like there's going to be time for maybe one more play. Indians trail 20-7.
Well, Bill Neese is going to have to pull out one of those old-time coaching speeches at halftime to get his guys fired up, because they're going to have to play a flawless second half to get this one back together.
And this has been an impressive Anderson ball club that we knew was going to be a very formidable opponent, and they've been all of that and almost a little bit more. Uhl's going to hand it off. To Karan Coleman. Karan Coleman got a big gainer, but unfortunately, that's going to be the last play of the first half. The end of the second quarter, first half of play with the score: Anderson 20, Piqua 7. Stay tuned for the halftime activities on the Indian Nation Station, your home for Piqua Athletics.
RE/MAX has done a wonderful job on helping us find our first home together.
About our new house.
I'm moving into my dream house.
Our new home.
Today we closed on the house of our future and of our dreams.
And we just purchased a home from Kathy Haney, and we would like to say that our business was truly appreciated by them.
And it was a wonderful experience.
They're the best in the business. It's because we sold it in just a few hours.
We sold our house in no time. Perfect service. We'd recommend them to anybody.
If you're in the market of buying a home, I strongly suggest to become part of the Haney team. We are, and we're Haney team members for life.
I look forward to continued years of friendship and business with Kathy.
We really appreciate all your help.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 2020 Pride of Piqua Marching Band. Tonight we present Queens of Pop Show. We start off with a key hit by Keisha. We hope you enjoy Timber. We good here, AJ? now we have the Dua Lipa hit from 2017. Here's New Rules. And now we present the huge hit firework by Katy Perry. Last of our show, we present one of the first big hits by Lady Gaga. Here's Bad Romance. Now, Piqua fans, get on your feet for the Piqua Pep Song. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pride of Piqua Marching Band. The Pride is under the field direction of drum majors Terry, Marion Davey, Stephen Golder, and Bella Reyes. The band program is under the direction of directors Mitch Mahaney and Wyatt Hines. The guard director is Dylan Schultz, with help from Jacob Canopy, Aileen Gordon, Megan Edelman, Cheyenne Weber, and Leah Flejos. The percussion director is Ben Reinecke, with help from Bo Longo. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pride of Piqua.
This might have been the break we're looking for.
Hi, I'm Linda. We know this has been a trying season for everyone. Staying at home is not easy.
One thing that can make it a whole lot better is a first-rate furnace and air conditioning system installed by experienced factory-trained technicians.
Indoor air quality is also primary. Consider a whole house filtration system with 98% efficiency rating.
Let's all stay safe and healthy.
Make your home a comfort zone.
Call Morris Comfort Systems today.
Hi, I'm Dwayne Thompson, the Superintendent of Piqua City Schools. I would like to welcome each of you to tonight's competition. We greatly appreciate your cooperation with the Governor's orders regarding face masks and social distancing at all high school sporting events. Your actions support our students in having a season for all of us to enjoy. We may be wearing face masks, but let's make sure they can hear us from the stands. Go Piqua!
Hello Indian fans and visiting guests. Thank you for being here tonight to support the athletes competing in tonight's game.
Thank you for wearing your face mask and social distancing.
By doing these two simple things, we will be able to compete this season.
And continue to have spectators in the stands.
Go Indians!
Got a bump? Call Lump. Dick Lumpkin's Auto Body.
Elite ETC is located at 431 North Main Street in Piqua. Stop in for all your Piqua Indian spirit wear needs. The best selection of Piqua t-shirts, sweatshirts, golf shirts, hats, outerwear, and drinkware in town. Looking for a unique gift for an upcoming shower, wedding, or family reunion? We specialize in personalized gifts, apparel, gift items, drinkware, and household items. We personalize everything in our store, from embroidery, jewels, sparkle, engraving, imprinting, and banners. 35 years ago, Elite ETC started as an award business. We are still very active in providing medals, trophies, plaques, and banners for sporting and corporate events. At Elite ETC, we've got you covered. Stop in at 431 North Main Street in Piqua today, or give them a call at 937-606-2848.
Stop by your Piqua Little Caesars after the game for $5 hot and ready pizzas.
Don't forget your crazy bread combo for just $3.50. Little Caesars is your home for $5 hot and ready pizzas and are proud sponsors of the Indian Nation Station and Piqua Digital.
Pizza, pizza.
Piqua was a community full of great corporate citizens, and Crayax is certainly one of them, right at the top of the list.
A family that really believes in the community in which we live and really believes and takes interest in their employees, which they employ.
This company is one of the few that stands forward with integrity and honesty.
From the moment I walk in, it's a joy to be with the people that I'm with.
Dr. Littlejohn believes clear vision begins with regular, comprehensive eye exams. His friendly professional staff will make you feel welcome in his office, located at 8090 Looney Road. With our great selection of stylish eyewear, our licensed opticians will help you pick the perfect pair of glasses. Dr. Littlejohn participates in many vision plans. Call us at 937-606-2772 to schedule your next eye exam. We look forward to seeing you soon.
Go Indians! Good night for Piqua football.
Turn your back, you're a broken man. They come around and just dying to shake your head. I don't expect you to understand. Just keep telling yourself there's no shame. They don't know about who we are. They don't know about you and I. They ain't all blind by the stars of your eyes. Hot blood love is gonna get you. You wanna prove you're the better man. You wanna reach for the things that nobody can. All you need is to break away, yeah. Just keep telling yourself there's no shame. They don't know who we are. They don't know about you and I. They ain't all blind by the stars of your eyes. Hot blood love is gonna get you.
Welcome back to Alexander Stadium with the halftime score, Anderson 20, Piqua 7. Well, Brian Gillespie, what do you think Bill Neese had to say at halftime for those Piqua Indians?
I'll tell you what, he had to sit them down and say, this is gut check time, guys, because we have not been in this situation all year. We are behind. We have very little room for error, and we're going to have to go out and make plays. Somebody in this room's got to make some plays, and they got to make them right now.
And again, it would appear to me that how important will it be that the Indians put something on the scoreboard when they get the second half kickoff?
Absolutely crucial. If they don't, they're going to be in a real tough spot, especially with the rain coming down now. They've got to take care of the football, excuse me. They got to hold on to the football, and they got to get that. They got to score as quickly as possible.
Jackson Kuhn had quite a first half. 24 out of 29 passes, 251 yards, 2 TDs, 1 rushing and 1 passing. You don't get much of this type of quarterback play until you see Jackson Kuhn at the helm.
I'll tell you what, it's kind of the same old story for Jackson Kuhn, to be honest, because he's used to it. In 5 of their games this year, he's accounted for 5 touchdowns, whether it be through the air or on the ground, in 5 of their 9 games this year. So he's had a heck of a year, and you've got to get him off balance. You got to get him out of his comfort zone and see if you can make some plays. Maybe this wet field, maybe the wet football will play into an advantage situation for Piqua's defense.
Well, we got a long way to go. We want to make sure that the Indians have not found themselves on a 20-7 deficit this season, I don't imagine. So now it's time for them to, like you say, it's gut check time, and the Indians are going to have to put something on the scoreboard as we start the third quarter of play here at Alexander Stadium, Perk Field. Glad you've joined us. And again, the Indians are going to get the football and kicking it deep for the Redskins is probably going to be, number 20, Hayden Brooks. So let's see what happens as the Indians see whether or not they can get back in this one. They find themselves behind 20-7. The missed extra point might end up being big here before this one's over. Let's see what happens as we get ready to have the second play of the second half of the play here on the Indian Nation station. There's the whistle, and here comes the kick. It's going to go down to about the 6-yard line. Picked up, let's see if we can find, I think that was Deshaun Roberts who got the kickoff, got it back close to the 25, maybe a little bit farther than that. Let's see where they spot the football. 27-yard line, 1st and 10, Piqua as we start the second half of play. Brady Uhl trotting in with a play from the Piqua sideline.
It'll be interesting to see if they stick with the run for a while here and try to grind it out and get back in this game on the ground, because they've had a tough sledding in there tonight.
Uhl waiting for the snap. Hand off to Karan Coleman. Karan picks up a few off right tackle. Let's say, I think we can give him 3. Let's see if we agree with the scoreboard. 2nd down and 7. Indians trail 20-7.
You know, against other teams, those have been 5, 6, 8-yard gains. Again, tonight it's been 2, 3 yards on 1st down, and they put themselves in some tough spots. And that's we got to give credit to that Anderson defense.
We certainly do have to do that, Brian. 2nd down and 7. We're waiting for the snap. He's in the shotgun. Hand off to Coleman. Coleman again right up the middle is going to get to about he's going to get to about the 34-yard line, but it's going to be short. Looks like it's going to be 3rd down. Let's call it 3rd down. Let's see, it's called 3rd down and 4. A big possession play here for the Indians in the early going of the second half.
Again, you've got 5, 6 guys on the line there. There's not a whole lot of place to run, and it doesn't seem like the Piqua line's been able to do a whole lot with that defensive line of Anderson.
Hand off to Jarrell Lewis. Jarrell Lewis. He's going to get to the 35-yard line. And it looks like he's, is he short? Looks like he's short of the 1st down. Now, big decision for Bill Neese. 4th down. The scoreboard says 4th and 2. It could be 4th and 1, and I believe it is. And now what do? You can't afford to turn it over, but you don't want to give up possession either. Let's see what Bill Neese decides to do.
I'm not sure you had a decision here. I think you had to go for it.
Uhl looking to the sideline. To Coleman. Coleman looks like he might have enough for the 1st down, but boy, just barely. Let's see if they're going to move the stakes or if they're going to measure it. Let's see what they're going to do, and I think they're going to measure it. And if he didn't make it, that is going to be another big play in this ball game. The Anderson kid said, we've got the football, but the official says we're going to measure it. Oh, is this crucial or is this crucial, Brian?
It's going to be close.
And again, if the Anderson Redskins get the football, they're going to have beautiful field position. And it was not the way that we thought the Indians had to start the second half of play. Now let's see what this tells us.
That's been the story of the game. There's just no space.
He's going to be about a half-yard short. So the Indians turn it over on downs, and they're going to give it to Anderson. Ball's going to be resting on the Piqua 37-yard line. Oh, Brian, that was a big, big play in a game that has certainly made its impression on the fans who are probably watching this one from Alexander Stadium.
That is a huge stop for Anderson right there. And now you put your offense in yet another great position here.
Jackson Kuhn. He's going to run it right up the middle. Oh, he's got some running room. He's going to get inside the 30 down to about the 26-yard line. Yeah, Jackson Kuhn not only passes the ball, but he runs pretty well. And again, he's quite an athlete, and in my judgment, might be the most outstanding quarterback we've seen all season. Kuhn again, over on the right side, tries to find one of his receivers, and that was, I believe that was number 13, Faulkner, but it falls incomplete. Going to be second down. Excuse me, third down and 2.
Right there, that's where that wet football comes into play. I think he was open. The ball just hit him in the hands, and it was a slippery football. I think got past him. So this is going to be an interesting thing as we watch this passing game. Now they got the 4 wide again.
4 wide outs to the far side. And Kuhn waiting for the snap from center. He's going to roll out to the right side, trying to go inside the 30, gets down to about the 26-yard line. And it would appear as though, he's awfully close, or did he get it? Wait for the official to tell us that I believe he says there's going to be a flag on the play and a penalty against the.
All right. Well, it's
penalty's going to go against the Redskins. Boy, was that timely! If you can call a penalty timely.
Well, you get a break here, Piqua. Let's see if they can make a play. They've got to keep the quarterback contained in the pocket.
3rd and 7. Jackson Kuhn with the snap.
Here we go again. 5 more.
And let's see if this one also goes against, I think it's probably the same penalty. And let's see if that's what the official tells us this one's all about. Delay a game, so it took longer than the 25 seconds to put that one in play. So another 5-yard penalty, and now it's 3rd down and 12. Now, Brian, now the Indians have got to tighten up that short pass.
They can't afford to give them 10 yards here and give them a short 4th down. They've got to make a play. And there's another penalty. He left again.
My goodness gracious. This
17, unless they didn't call it.
They didn't do anything with it.
Wow,
so
they got lucky
Kuhn's
there.
Get the snap. He's going to find somebody over on the far sideline, intended for number 1, Jarek McCallahan, but it falls incomplete. So now we've got a 4th down situation for the Redskins.
That's one of those plus 10 passes right there.
What does Evan Dreyer do here?
Oh, that was one of those plus 10 passes there, and that's he's not quite as accurate on those plus 10 passes. I think they have to continue to put them in this spot.
He's going to try to keep possession of the football.
He's going to try to draw them offside.
Talk about a big play. You're seeing it right now. Kuhn back to pass. He's going to try to roll out to the left side. Let's see if he's going to have enough room for the first down. And he's awfully close. And I believe where the official is marking it, that's going to be a 1st down for Anderson. Another huge play. This one again goes against the Piqua Indians. Boy, there's another place of Kuhn being able to run as well as pass. And that was a big play for the young fellows that came up from Cincinnati.
Well, they just continue to lose contain on the edges. And every time you do, that puts your team in a very bad spot.
1st and 10. Kuhn hands it off this time, I believe, to Andrew Williams. He doesn't have much luck, but right now the Indians got to get the football without letting the Redskins find the end zone.
You had about as good a spot as you could be there with a 4th and 12, and it's hard when you give up one of those.
Yeah. 2nd down and 10. This time Kuhn's going to keep the ball, goes around the left side, got 7 or 8 yards. This Kuhn is nothing short of sensational, and again is certainly impressing the viewers and those who are in the stadium watching this ball game.
Well, he put his shoulder down right there and knocked our defensive backs back. Now you don't see too many quarterbacks do that.
3rd down and 3, big play again for the Indians. Kuhn sprints out to the right side.
That's a hold. That's a hold right there on the right tackle.
A little screen pass, it drew the flag, and as Brian said, it looked like it's going to be a penalty, and it's a holding penalty. Again, the penalties right now are all going against Anderson, but the Indians have not been able to take advantage of it.
No, they haven't. Good thing Jarrell's isn't a tear-off jersey, because that thing would have been gone by now after that play. That guy just flat tackled him.
So that holding call is going to bring the ball back. Let's see where they spot it.
They're giving him a chance here. I mean, they're giving him every opportunity to make a play. We'll see if Piqua can, you got to make a play here one of these times.
Let's see what happens on 3rd down. Looks like it's going to be 3rd down and 19. Now, the Indians had a 4th down and 12 and couldn't take it away. Let's see if they have any more with 3rd and 19. And
keep him in there.
There's Kuhn sprinting out to the left side. He's going to get the ball away on the far sideline. Did they complete that pass? They did. Completed the pass. Looks like they got half of what they needed, but again, they had him stopped, and he wiggled away. But did I see the official?
It's 4th down.
No,
Here you
I
go.
thought he picked up
they
the
don't
yellow
even
flag, but he didn't. So now we got 4th down and 8. But now 4th down and 8 with Kuhn at the helm. You just don't know what to expect: a pass or maybe a run play.
It's hard to believe that they couldn't get him stopped on that play with as much pressure as they put on him. But that was just Kuhn making a play.
7:20 left. Kuhn looking downfield. Now he's being chased by some blue jerseyed Indians. Pass over the middle, completed pass goes to.
Nope, didn't get it.
That went to Joey Faulkner, but he didn't get it. So the Indians dodged the bullet there, Brian. But sooner or later, they're going to have to do some offensive spark.
Yeah, and with it as wet out there, throwing the ball is going to be difficult. As you can see from Anderson, struggling a little bit more throwing the ball in the second half. So Piqua needs chunk plays, and they need them now.
They need to break somebody loose. Let's see what happens as the Indians come up to the line of scrimmage. Ooh, looking downfield. Going to roll out to the right side. Now he's going to try to find some running room. Gets to about the 17-yard line. Got a couple, but at this point in time, the Indians need to get something going. They fall behind 20-7.
It seems Anderson always knows when they're going to throw the ball on 1st down. They really timed that right, and they had everybody covered yet again.
Got to be impressed with the game plan the Redskins have brought to Piqua.
Yes.
Here come the Indians, 2nd down and 9. Ooh, hands it off this time to Bryson Roberts. Boy, they're not having much luck up the middle, although on occasion. But again, here we are again. Brian, this time the Indians have long and a 3rd down.
Well, that power play that they like to run, there's just nowhere to go. They've scouted that thing out. They've got that covered.
Let's see what happens as the Indians put it in play with 3rd and 9. 6 minutes left to go. 3rd quarter, the Indians trail 20-7. Ooh. Medley into the ball game. Gets some running room, gets to the 25-yard line. And let's see where they spot the football. Looks like they might be a little bit short, and I believe that's exactly what the situation is going to demand. So Austin Burns, the punter, comes in to kick it away for Piqua. There's another one. Indians had to get something on the scoreboard, couldn't do it.
Well, you got 4th and 1.
Austin Burns. Could we see a fake punt? If you can, this deep in the almost over his head. High kick. High snap. There's a kick going to go down to the 40-yard line. Picked up by number 6. That's Evan Upchurch. And so the Indians give up the football. and that's going to give the Redskins from Anderson ball in Piqua territory.
Well, on that third down, you could tell they gave the ball to Medley that time, but he's not quite himself right now with his ankle the way it is, and he just didn't have that last gasp of energy to speed to get around the corner there. On a normal day when he was in healthy, that's a first down for sure.
Let's see what happens as Jackson Kuhn looks to the left side, throws it to number 81, one of his favorite targets at Connor Casey, but it bounced into his hands. It falls incomplete. Indians have got to get the ball back and get some offense, Brian.
Well, this rain is causing havoc for Anderson a little bit. I think he's having a hard time gripping the ball, which is an advantage for Piqua, but then now they can't do anything with their offense still.
There's Kuhn. Kuhn, I think, faked the handoff and kept it. I think he was sacked for the loss. So a big play by the Piqua defense, but like I say, now the defense is showing some spark. Now get the ball back and get the offense moving. Third down and 14. Every play seems to be a big play right now.
It'd be great to get a turnover at some point.
Wouldn't it though? Kuhn back to pass. Got somebody over the middle. Completed pass. It's going to be, I believe, Andrew Williams who picked that one off, but it looks like he's going to be about a half a dozen yards short of a first down. So now let's see what Evan Dreyer is going to do. I would have
going for it again.
I thought he was going to punt it away at 4th and 6. He's going to try to keep possession of the ball, and then one of the Indians jump offside. Oh my goodness gracious.
It's pretty predictable. I mean, they've done that 4 or 5 times where they've rushed it up to the line, and the Indians just keep falling for it over and over again. It's different guys, too. It's across the line.
That's going to make it 4th down and 1, and we know Evan Dreyer is not going to worry about punting with 4th and 1.
Wow, that gave him a first down, actually.
Oh, that gave him enough for a first down. Well, we had it 4th and 6. That would have made it 4th and 1, but 1st and 10.
Huge mistake.
4 minutes left to go, third quarter. The Indians trail 20-7. Jackson Kuhn on the far side throws it over the head of Connor Casey. It's going to go incomplete, second down. Stop the clock with 3:51 left to go, third quarter.
Every clock stoppage is big for Piqua.
That's right.
So if they keep running the ball or throwing the ball and they don't complete the pass, that helps Piqua, gives us such an opportunity to get the ball back.
Now let's see what the Redskins decide to do with second down and 10. Ball
Look
inside
for a run here.
Inside Piqua territory. Hand off to to Andrew Williams. Andrew Williams going to get it to about the 34-yard line. Going to be short of the first down. Let's call it third down, and let's call it third down and 7.
I think you might see another run here because I think they're going to try to take some of that clock down.
Waiting for the
watch for the quarterback draw here.
Waiting for the Redskins to get lined up. Kuhn back to pass. He's going to find somebody over the middle, but he found him just a little bit short. It goes incomplete. So again, 4th down, and you think one of these times Evan Dreyer is going to punt it away, but I don't believe he's going to punt it away here. 4th and 7 has not been a bad series down for the Redskins, and head coach Dreyer is not about to punt it away now.
Just don't jump off sides.
Kuhn.
Oh, I lost containment.
Rolling around the left side. A little shovel pass. It goes incomplete.
Like
regardless of what happens, the Indians are going to get the football. And with 3:10 left to go in the third quarter, the Indians one more time, Brian, have got a chance to do something offensively. They have not found themselves on a scoreboard that says 7 behind Piqua in many, many a weeks.
Yeah, they've got to be real unpredictable here if they can with their formation and their call, because it seems like Anderson has been right on top of. They must have done a lot of good film study on this.
Brady Uhl tried again from the sideline. 1st and 10. Ball resting on the 31-yard line. Oh. Back to pass. Going to try to go deep to Garrett Schrum. Garrett Schrum got it. He's going to score a touchdown. Garrett Schrum is going to score for Piqua. And I don't see a yellow flag, so I believe the Indians did what we thought they had to do. They had to have the big play. They got it that time from Brady Ohl to Garrett Schrum for 6. Oh, my. Does that change the complexion of the game? I think so.
I'll tell you what, that is a huge play. And what a throw with a wet ball. I mean, you've watched Kuhn come back to earth in the second half because of that wet ball, but Ohl made a great throw right on the money, and Schrubb did the rest.
Jackson Trombley trying to make it a 20-14 ball game. Oh, was that huge for the Indians. The snap, the kick. It's up and it is good. So with 3:05 left to go in the third quarter, Piqua now trails 20-14 thanks to the pass from Brady Ohl to Garrett Schrubb for a big gainer and 6 on the scoreboard for the home team. Brian, that was huge to say the least.
I'll tell you what, that goes back to that fourth down. At some point, Anderson has to think maybe it'd be wise to punt the ball because we're stopping them. They're not going anywhere. We'll dig them deep and make them work the whole length of the field. I think you get greedy sometimes because you see how things are going, but they just got a little overzealous, went for it on fourth when they should have probably punted it, and Piqua made them pay.
Yeah, they thought that 7 or 8 yards on fourth down, we could do it all night. That time they didn't, and it cost them a touchdown. Here's Jackson Trombley to kick it away for Piqua. Plenty of time here
for the
Piqua offense to get the ball. Right now, the defense going to have to take it away from the Redskins. Here's the kick. Going to go out of bounds, and that's going to probably, well, we have a flag on the play, and that penalty, I think, is going to go as, I saw the one official point towards Piqua, and I think that's exactly what that penalty, boy, it's kind of hard to have a penalty on the.
I think he kicked it out of bounds, so they're probably going to make him re-kick.
Oh, I thought there was a penalty on the sideline away since it was away from the.
Okay, so maybe they jumped off sides.
Sure. Any way you look at it, was against the Indians, and here comes Jackson. Now Jackson can give it all he's got. Now we're waiting for Jackson to come back with the football.
I don't know that I've seen that before. He ran all the way.
We understand now that the penalty was on the Piqua for offside. So get a kick it over. Here comes Trombley. Going to go down to the 17-yard line. And the Redskins going to bring it back to about the 28-yard line, 1st and 10. And boy, if we've had a chore on the part of the defense, the chore right now is to take the football away without Anderson putting any more on the scoreboard.
I tell you what, there's got to be a little pop in their step right now. Hopefully they can ride that momentum to another stop because they've got it together a little bit thanks to a little help from Anderson forcing things on 4th down.
Here come the Redskins up to the line of scrimmage. Kuhn on the far sideline, completed. Let's see if I think that's one of his favorite receivers. I think that was Joey Faulkner again. He spread it around. He spread it around, hadn't he?
It's too easy. You can't give him 6 yards right there.
2nd down and 4. Kuhn this time on a low snap decides to run it. Gets around the left side, and I think I saw a yellow flag go up as the play ended up right in front of the bench. The penalty, I think, preliminary signal says it's going to go against the Indians. Let's see if that's the call.
They hit him late. The quarterback.
Late hit. Exact personal foul. That's exactly, and that's something else the Indians can't afford. The penalties tonight have not been helpful to the Piqua Indians.
Yeah, that puts it on our side of the field again and gives them some momentum And the Indians have racked up a lot of penalties tonight.
1st and 10. After the penalty, Kuhn waiting for the snap in Piqua territory. He's back to pass. He's looking, somebody all by themselves, and I believe that was number 5, and that was Andrew Williams. And nope. Boy, it's kind of hard to read the numbers.
8,
I believe it was Evan Upchurch, all by himself on the far sideline, took it inside the 10, and that was a very, very big play for the Anderson Redskins.
Well, they've been setting that one up all night by running those short passes.
1st and goal, handoff this time. Kuhn keeps it. Kuhn keeps it, gets back to the line of scrimmage, doesn't get much more than that. 2nd down and goal, ball resting on the Piqua 7-yard line.
The Piqua corners were sitting on those short passes, and they totally missed that guy run right past them, and it was a total bust in coverage on that play.
Yes, no coverage at all, that's right. 2nd down and goal. Kuhn. Hands off this time to Andrew Williams. Andrew Williams goes inside the 5. So the Indians are going to try to keep them out of the end zone, but boy, they're going to have to come up with something very, very big. 3rd down and goal.
Backs are against the wall here. They got to get a stop. You don't want to kill all the momentum you just had from that previous touchdown.
Kuhn. Kuhn's going to go into the end zone, I believe. Let's see if they... Yes, Kuhn scores from the 2-yard line, so another 6-pointer for the Redskins. But wait a minute, we've got another flag. Boy, been a lot of flags tonight.
Looked like the Indians had him in the backfield, but they fell down or tripped down or something slipped. They missed a golden opportunity there on that play.
Let's see what the... Oh.
Okay.
Penalty on the offense.
They keep handing them opportunities.
Boy, oh boy, this is a game of opportunity, and the Indians have not taken advantage of enough of them. So now that's going to make it 3rd down and goal to go. Ball resting looks like it's going to be about the 8-yard line.
You got to take a deep breath for your Piqua's defenders and say, thank you for another chance. Let's get this done on this play.
They've got to have 2 big ones in a row right here. Kuhn with the snap. Over the middle, trying to find a receiver. Receiver's got it at the 5-yard line. Twists his way inside the 5, so it's going to be 4th and goal. And again, that was his favorite receiver, Evan Upchurch, who got that one inside the 5. 4th and goal to go. Among a bunch of big plays tonight, this happens to be the biggest one at this moment.
Yet again, I mean, there's just... Will he take the points here and try to kick a field goal? It does not appear so. Don't jump off sides.
All of a sudden now we had one of the officials saying there is timeout. I believe we have a timeout on the field. Let's see which team called it. It's going to be Piqua's timeout. Anderson 20, Piqua 14 as we wind down the 3rd quarter of play. 4th and goal. Brian, how many times have we said it tonight? This is a big play. This is huge.
I'll tell you what, again, this comes back to where are your seniors at this moment? How do your seniors handle this? How do they get those guys all their heads straight and make sure that they stay in their lanes and they make the plays on this down? Because if they stop them here, that's their ball now, only down 6, going the other direction. That is an absolutely huge play, and obviously Coach Neese thought so because he took a timeout to make sure they were all on the same page.
Good call. Good call. That's right. This is the time. And again, Bill Neese is out there talking to that defensive unit, and to say that this is going to be a game changer, it could very easily be just that. 4th and goal.
It looked like they were about to run the ball before the timeout, so I think maybe they'll throw it here. They got to make a tackle in space if they get that, if they throw it outside. Look at this. This is going to be like a
Let's see what Jackson Kuhn's going to do with it. He's going to try to go into the end zone. Did he make it?
No.
He's awful close.
No, I
Now
don't
we're
think
going
he
to find
got
out.
it.
I
He
don't
didn't
believe
get
he
it.
made it. The official from the sideline did not signal for a touchdown, so obviously they were short.
Wow.
Talk
Oh
about
my goodness.
Brian, how many times can the Indians dodge a bullet? And they just dodged one at the 1 foot line. So now the Indians, 99.5 yards away from a touchdown of their own.
They
And
got to
boy,
make sure they have ball security here because this could flip right away if they don't take care of the football. They got to make sure there's a good snap on the snap because they've had a few that have gone a little high. They don't want to get that snap too high, or maybe they'll go quarterback sneak here to get some space, but they haven't had a lot of space.
No, they have not. Wide out to the top side, two to the near side. Ooh, high snap. Oh, he bobbled it, and he's going to be sacked in the end zone on a high snap. Brady wasn't able to bring it down. By the time he picked it back out of the air, he was knocked down in the end zone. So the 2 points go to Anderson. Oh my goodness gracious. Brian, could you ever have expected that?
Well, said you got to be careful on that snap, and they've struggled with the snap a lot tonight. The snap's been a little loose, and with the wet football, that's about as bad as it gets right now.
So
at least they didn't give up 6 by fumbling it, but now they're in a tough spot down 8. Now you put the pressure right back on your defense.
Now the Indians are going to have to kick it away, and I imagine they're going to have Jackson Trombley kick it from the 20. So you have the 2 points put on the Anderson side, and you have to give up the football besides. Goodness gracious, this is kind of hard to believe that this game has taken so many twists and turns.
Well, you're right there still. You're only 8 points out.
Sure.
You just got to get stops. You have no ability to give up any more points.
Trombley from the 20. Kick. Going to be fielded at the 27-yard line. Taken back down to near midfield. Nice return on the part of the Redskins. So the Redskins are going to have pretty decent field position, but it all comes down right now, Brian. Can the defensive Piqua take the ball away without giving any more points up to the visitors from Anderson High School? 30 seconds left to go, third quarter.
Well, ideally, you're in a situation where you get a turnover here. That's where you want to knock the ball out, maybe get him to fumble it with the wet football. Maybe he makes a bad throw because it slips from his hands, but you just can't give up chunk plays.
Kuhn to the far sideline, completed pass. That was to Joey Faulkner. Boy, has Kuhn had an evening passing, and he hasn't had to pass very many beyond that 10 or 15-yard stripe for the for the Redskins. Everything has been a short pass, couple times long passes that were not very well done.
That's an easy 6 yards right there, and they've been doing it over and over and over again.
It's the end of the third quarter. The Piqua Indians trail 22-14. You're watching Piqua High School football on the Indian Nation Station, your home for Piqua Athletics.
Hi, I'm Doug.
And I'm Linda. We know this has been a trying season for everyone. Staying at home is not easy.
One thing that can make it a whole lot better is a first-rate furnace and air conditioning system installed by experienced, factory-trained technicians.
Indoor air quality is also primary. Consider a whole house filtration system with 98% efficiency rating.
Let's all stay safe and healthy.
Make your home a comfort zone.
Call Morris Comfort Systems today.
Welcome back to Alexander Stadium, Perk Field. We're ready to start the fourth quarter here in this Division II playoff contest with the Indians trailing 22-14. And again, right now, the Piqua defense is going to have to come up with the football, and that's going to be awfully tough with the effort that Jackson Kuhn has made here this evening for Anderson. Kuhn. Back to pass to the far side, no, to the right side. Completed pass. It's going to get them almost enough for a first down. Let's see if they move the stakes, and they do. First down for Anderson here as we start the fourth quarter of play.
Looks like
I did not see a flag. Was there a penalty on that
15-yarder
play?
on Piqua for some sort of unsportsmanlike conduct, it looks like. Just a poor decision by one of the defenders there, letting his frustrations get the best of him.
Let's see what that call is going to be. I think Brian's right. It's going to go against the Indians, and the penalties have not helped the Indians at all this evening. Let's see what the official says. Yep, personal foul against Piqua.
You know, those penalties that have been very few and far between this year have really popped their head up this week.
Yes, and have really hurt the Indians' effort. Let's see what happens. Now it's going to be 1st and 10. Now the Redskins have the ball inside the Piqua 30-yard line. Kuhn. White out to the top side and to the near side. He's waiting for the snap. He's got it. Pass to the far sideline. It's to Joey Faulkner. Joey Faulkner is pushed out of bounds on the Anderson side of the field, but not before he picked up. Let's see what they give him. Looks to me like it could be second down and a long 2.
Well, they've been there a lot tonight, but they just can't tackle him on that initial rush.
Kuhn again. Back out to Faulkner. Faulkner this time picks up the pass, but going to be short of the first down, so that's going to bring up third down. Let's call it 3rd down and 3. My goodness gracious, another one of those big plays, Brian.
Yep, this is huge again. Don't jump off sides. Don't give them that free play. Now you got to get up on the line a little bit probably. You can't give them the easy 3-yard catch.
4 wide outs to the top side, 1 to the near side. That Kuhn's going to take it. Looks like he's going to have enough for a first down. Gets it to about the 14-yard line, and that's going to make it 1st and 10. That was huge.
You know, I've noticed I don't see Tanner Kemp out there anymore.
Yes, I was thinking the same thing. I had not seen number 1.
That's a big loss on defense,
Yes,
especially
it is.
when you're in coverage as much as you are.
Again, Anderson in scoring position. Pass to the far side, gets off to Faulkner. Faulkner goes into the end zone for the score. Oh my goodness gracious.
You know, it's not rocket science what they're doing.
No, it is not.
It's just a lot of overrunning plays, getting out of your lanes. But there we go, we got a flag.
Again. Let's see this again. A penalty
They got
on
him.
Anderson. Another big break for Piqua, and the Indians have had some breaks, have not been able to take advantage of it. So now that's going to make it. Oh goodness gracious! 10 minutes, 19 seconds left to go. 1st down and 15 for the Redskins. Kuhn back to pass. Gets it to his favorite receiver tonight, Joey Faulkner. Faulkner gets it to about the 14-yard line.
There's some guy, one of their linemen doing push-ups again.
So here come the Redskins quickly up to the line of scrimmage. 2nd down and 9 after that penalty. And Piqua has got to keep them out of the end zone. Kuhn.
There they moved early.
Another touchdown, another penalty.
The shift,
Boy.
Pick was shifting late, and Anderson's having a hard time with that late shift. They're moving early quite a bit. They need to, if they keep that up, they could make this, keep racking up those penalties.
5-yard penalty this time against the Redskins. A lot of penalties here this evening. Kuhn, 2nd down and 14, looking to the right side.
Nope.
Did he get the incomplete pass to Joey Faulkner? I think Faulkner caught it, but I think he was out of bounds, so it's ruled incomplete.
Okay, we got 3rd and 14 here. Yet another crucial play in this game right here.
My goodness gracious. 3rd and 14, 9:38 left to go, clock stopped. Kuhn coming in from the Anderson sideline with the play.
Well, we know it's 4 down territory every time, so we can count on yet another play.
We haven't seen a formal huddle by the Redskins for a long time, but taking a little time now with the clock stopped.
Yeah, this will be interesting. Don't jump off sides.
Kuhn looks to the far side, tries to find the end zone, incomplete. So that's going to bring up 4th down, and again, there's no doubt that head coach Evan Dreyer is thinking 4th and 14. Maybe we could just do that. And
he's going for the kick here. It's a miracle. I think he's going to kick it.
He's not. He's going to try to kick a field goal, I think, and that's number 20. That is Hayden Brook, a field goal from
36 out, looks like.
So let's see what happens. This is something we didn't expect, but here's Hayden with the field goal try. It's up. It is.
Wait, we got early movement on Anderson, I think, so it's going to push him back 5 yards.
Yes, sir. Another penalty against Anderson.
Will he switch it and go for it on 4th and 19? I wouldn't put it past the guy.
I don't think he's got enough leg for 4th and 19, but number 20 is coming back with the kicking tee, so he's going to give it a try. Oh my gracious! What a game! I hate to have to write this one up for any publication.
No,
now
they're
they
bringing
decided
the offense out.
They're not going to do it. I think they're going to put Kuhn back in as number 20, Hayden Brook, the field goal kicker, takes the tee and heads for the sideline here at Alexander Stadium.
This is unbelievable.
4th and 19.
They're going to have to call timeout.
Timeout Anderson. So with 4th and 19, 9:29 left to go in the ball game. The Indians trail 22-14. They've got to have the ball if they can get back into this ball game with an 8-pointer.
Well, you absolutely can't give up 4th and 19. Now, I'm stunned that they sent the. Well, I'm not really stunned, to be honest. I kind of figured that field goal would be a little too far out for them. But usually you maybe. Well, this is a weird spot here, but punting is. I don't know if the punter has a helmet or not because they don't use him very often.
Well, I have to give head coach Evan Dreyer. He's a gambler.
Yeah.
He's a gambler, and for the most part, not for the whole game, but for the most part, he's pushed all the right buttons.
Well, they got to make sure no penalties, no pass interferences, those type of plays to allow them to get these, keep everyone in front of you, but don't give them too much space where they can get that short pass and run wide open.
Let's see what Jackson Kuhn decides to do. 4th and 19. Kuhn, back to pass. He's going to go to the end zone. It falls, intercepted. Incomplete pass, but that's okay. The Indians get the ball back.
I
don't see another flag, so the Indians have another opportunity, Brian.
Well, it looked like he tried to go for the big guy. They wanted to throw it up for the tall receiver and see if he could out-jump him, but he overthrew him just by a little bit. And that was good coverage by Braden Strayer that time.
Well, again, with 9:23 in the ball game, there's plenty of time for a lot of things to happen. But the Indians' offense right now is going to have to move the football. And hate to say the clock is important, but it's going to be a factor here before this one's over. Oh, with the snap, there's a pass to the flats. Headed out to Drayshawn Roberts. Drayshawn Roberts gets to near the 40-yard line.
That's a good start to the drive right there. Get a quick first down, get some momentum going. You got 3 timeouts. Those don't come into play hopefully yet. But you still have plenty of time. You're only down 8 points.
Oh, surely. This is far from being over. But the Indians can't afford to give up the football without putting something on the scoreboard. Ool again. This time he hands it off to Karan Coleman. Coleman beyond the 40-yard line.
It's been really difficult to get yards inside the tackles, inside the guards really today. This team from Anderson. They're not super big up front, but they managed to close those holes pretty well.
Yes, they do. 2nd down and 6. 8:35 left to go in the ball game. Ooh, hands it off this time to Karan Coleman.
There he goes.
Karan Coleman got
There
the
he goes.
and he just about got loose, but got into Anderson territory. The ball's going to be resting on the 39-yard line. Oh, Karan Coleman almost broke that one loose, Brian.
But that was good to see because they haven't had a lot of those where he's got out on the edge. Maybe they can start making that a trend.
Let's see what happens as the Indians go to 1st and 10. Ool again. Pass on the left side to Drayshawn Roberts. Drayshawn barely gets back to the line of scrimmage, so that pass to the flat didn't get much in the way offensively, but the Indians still... Oh, did I see another flag? No, I did not. Good. Let's see what happens with 2nd down. We actually lost a yard on that play. Quickly, the Indians.
You got to be careful in this play because you really don't want to put yourself in a 3rd and long. So if you try to jam it up through there with a run, that might be difficult right now.
Let's see what happens. Brady Ool with the snap, looking downfield, going to try to find his brother Blaine, but it's well out beyond his outstretched arm. So I believe right that particular time, Brady was under a little pressure, had to slow it a little faster than he wanted to.
Yeah, he didn't get enough time, and that threw it off of him.
Here come the Indians, 3rd down. 3rd down and 11.
Looked like the clock might have been running a little extra there, and that every second for Piqua counts. They can't afford to lose 20 seconds off the clock, that's for sure.
That's exactly right. I think right now the officials are huddling, and I think are going to put those seconds back on the clock. And like you say, those are very, very important. Indians trail 22-14.
I think if you're Piqua here, you've got to play for a good, reasonable 4th down distance. It's 4th down territory. You want to gain 6, 7, 8 yards here at least, and put yourself in a spot where you have a chance to get a 1st down, if not a 1st down on this play.
3 wideouts to the near side, 1 to the far side. Brady Ool back to pass, looking for a receiver. Tried Keegan Patton, but threw it wide, so that's going to make it a 4th down play for Piqua. And needless to say, this might be the one that's going to decide whether or not this ball game can get any closer than 22-14.
I'm not so sure what happened there. It looked like the ball was on the money, maybe a little overthrown.
4th down. Ool back to pass. Looking downfield. He's going to try to run. Does he have enough for a first?
Whoa, what a cut.
He's got enough for a 1st down inside the 10, and there's a penalty on the play. He got enough yardage for the 1st down. Let's see what that flag's all about. If it goes against Anderson, it is huge. If it goes against Piqua, it's going to be devastating.
Well, they might still give him the 1st down because it's downfield after the run.
Let's see if that's
if it's a spot of the foul.
After the whistle blew, you're right. Let's see if that's what is going to happen. Holding call against Piqua, and
It's not from the previous spot, I don't believe. I think it's from the spot of the foul.
The penalties tonight have just been devastating to the Indians. So now, 4th down. Still plenty of time. 4th down and 6. But the Indians got to keep possession of the football. It looked like Brady Ool had enough yardage for the 1st down, but the penalty called it back.
Here we go, 4th and 6.
2 wide outs to the top side, 2 to the near side. Ool going to look to the right side, looking for a receiver. Try to find his brother Blaine, but it falls incomplete. And so the Indians are going to turn the ball over to Anderson with 7:03 left to go in the ball game. But Anderson owns a 22-14 lead. And Brian, that was a real tough play that went awry for the Indians.
Well, the penalty on 4th down where he made that great play, that was a really tough one. And now, and he had a good opportunity to throw there. It's just now the defense. You're still not all is not lost. You have 3 timeouts. 7 minutes to go.
Got to get the ball back. You're right. Jackson Kuhn.
Good defense.
On the far side, falls incomplete. We got another flag. Now that one could be against the Indians for interference. Let's see if that's the call. Boy, we had a lot of penalties.
He did not look like he interfered with him on that one, but they got a tough
That's
call.
That's what they call interference against Piqua. Oh my goodness gracious.
That's a big time to throw a flag like that in a tight game. I think you got to let him play on that one.
That's going to make it 1st and 10. 6:57 left to go in the ball game. Kuhn, this time out to Connor Casey. Connor Casey gets it into Piqua territory, but the thing that hurts is the fact that the clock keeps running, and the Redskins are in no hurry to stop the clock at this point.
It'll be interesting to see how much patience they can use here, Anderson, because they, their foot's always on the pedal here.
They can't go slow, can they?
No.
Kuhn. Right up the middle. Kuhn's going to have going to be a little short of the first down. Gets it inside the 45-yard line, down to about the 40. Let's call it the 44-yard line. It's going to be 3rd down and 2. Brian, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say this is a big down. We've said it a bunch this evening, and now we're ready to see whether or not the Indians might be able to take it away. Still with 5:50 seconds left to go in this ball game, there's room, there's time for a lot of things to happen, but the Indians got to get their hands on the football. Kuhn, right up the middle. I'm not so sure. He's short of the first down. So here comes Evan Dreyer. Here comes your gambler for a head coach, Evan Dreyer. 4th down and 2.
They're going to try to rush up.
Is he going to punt it away, or is he going to try to run it?
He's going to try to draw him off sides here, Dwayne.
Kuhn.
They didn't jump that time.
No, thought they were going to jump offside, but they didn't.
He might actually use his punter here, but they've got 4 on. I think he's going to use a timeout.
I don't think he's going to punt it away, Brian. He's not going to punt it away. Evan Dreyer is a gambler. And there goes the.
Got him.
They knocked him down at the 45-yard line. So the Indians are going to get the ball one more time. Goodness golly! Come on, Piqua.
It's amazing. I don't quite understand the decisions there. He's gambling over and over and over again. It's really they're giving Piqua opportunity after opportunity that they could have not had.
And again, this is pretty good field position with 4:58 left to go. And so let's see what Bill Neese pulls out of his playbook for these last 4.5 minutes.
There's that high snap. Here's Josiah Medley.
There's Josiah Medley. He gets it down to about the 39-yard line. Hey, this ball game is far from being over, but the Indians need to break one quickly.
That was a big. Where's he been all night? The 2 runs he's had have been really, their best runs almost. He gives you that speed on the outside.
Ooh. Medley again, but not much luck over right tackle. And so that's going to make it 2nd down and 10. He barely got back to the line of scrimmage. Looks to me like the Indians are going to have to loosen it up a little bit, Brian. We still have 4 minutes and 15 seconds left to go, but the clock is becoming a bigger and bigger factor. Heading off Medley again. Oh, he's got some running room. He's inside the 30. So there was a big play by the Indians. They keep the football, and they've got it 1st and 10. 4 minutes left to go. And the Indians, who have frittered away some opportunities, now have one more, and they're going to need a touchdown and a 2-point PAT to send this one into overtime. Handoff this time again. Back to Medley one more time. Still plenty of time left. Medley, a little slow getting off the stack there.
He has some fresh legs, though, it appears. So.
Yes, that might be it. So
back
let's
to
see what
Coleman
Bill
this
Neese
time.
decides to do. 2nd down and 5. Ooh, hands it off to Coleman. Coleman gets to the 20-yard line.
He tripped over someone there. It looked like he had space to run, but he just barely tripped over the defender there.
3rd down and 2. We're coming to the 3-minute mark of the 4th quarter. Indians trail by 8, 22-14. Oh, Coleman.
He broke the
Gonna have enough
tackle
for a
there.
1st down.
That was a big
They're going to
tackle.
move the stack, so the Indians are inside the 20-yard line, 1st and 10, and have every opportunity in the board to get in the end zone and try to tie it up with a 2-point PAT.
Well, I'll tell you what, Dwayne, I'm seeing a little, Anderson's running out of steam on defense out there. Their interior linemen are breathing heavy.
Ooh.
Wide
Pass over the middle. Oh, deflected at the line of scrimmage. He was trying to find somebody open, and there was a wide open receiver, and but unfortunately the ball was deflected at the line of scrimmage. It falls incomplete. That was intended for Jarrell Lewis, I believe.
He had him. That was a touchdown right there.
You're right.
I think if you put a little more air under it, I think he tried to guide it a little bit too much.
2nd down and 10. The snap. Rolling out to the left side. Throws it to somebody inside the 5-yard
Got
line.
him.
Oh, it's
His brother.
caught by Blaine. Oh, so brother to brother. And now the Indians are on the 2-yard line. 1st and goal. My goodness. Golly.
This has been one unbelievable game. I'll tell you what, there have been about 12 times where you felt like Piqua's game was over, and they just kept giving them chance after chance. Sports are an amazing thing, I'll tell you what.
Now let's see, with 2.5 minutes left to go in this ball game, a lot of things that can happen. First, the Indians got to get in the end zone. Then they have to score the 2 PAT. And goodness golly, Brian, I'd hate to have to write this one up because there's so many things happen that the column would be 3 or 4 pages long.
Well, I think right there you had Anderson kid go down injured, and there were a couple other guys over there so exhausted they were down on their knees. They had the oxygen machine out there, I think, on the field. They've been out there a lot.
Yes, they have.
And they've done a heck of a job for most of the game, but eventually, your offense puts your defense in spots they can't handle anymore, and that going for 4th down, that's a lot.
Yes, I think the Anderson kids have played hard. They've played well, but I think basically they are a tired group of young men. But that's beside the point because we're rooting for the guys in the blue jerseys.
Yeah, right now you got to be thinking 2 plays ahead if you're Troy Uhl, thinking what can we run if we get in the end zone, but the players need to think ball security, good snap, all the little things that get you into the end zone. You cannot afford to make any more mistakes like that.
So here come the Indians up to the line of scrimmage. I bet my life Karan Coleman's going to see the ball, but what do I know?
It's 2020. Don't be doing that.
Here we go. Brady Uhl being shadowed by Karan Coleman. Karan Coleman's going to try to go, and he got the end zone! Karan Coleman got into the end zone, and now the Indians trail 22-20. Oh my goodness gracious, what a comeback by the Indians after adversity, and they've been equal to it. Now they've got to have the 2-point conversion to perhaps stay in the ball game, or if nothing else, to send it into overtime.
Well, they've got 2 timeouts left, so it's not the end of the world if they don't get this, but this would be huge.
Let's see what play the Indians have in store for them. Wouldn't be a bit surprised to see the same one we just had from Karan Coleman. No, a little pass over, and he can throw it in there. Number 8. Oh, Ho, 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 ho! Jarrell Lewis caught the pass, and that's going to be two points for the extra point. He was all by himself, and the Indians have tied it at 22.
Now that was the same play they had earlier. This time he got a little more loft under the throw, and he was wide open again. So that was a beautiful play. Great call by Troy right there to get them in the end zone for 2 points. And we've got a tie ball game. Who would have thunk it?
I don't think I could have imagined it, Brian. So now the Indians are going to have to bring the defense out on the field. And again, Jackson Kuhn has had the kind of night where you just got to make sure you don't take him for granted. I'd like to start with having Jackson Trombley kick this one in the end zone for a touchback.
Yeah, we got to keep in mind that Anderson has the ultimate 2-minute offense. And that's all they have is a 2-minute offense. So they're used to going fast. So Piqua cannot get too excited right now. They got to make every play. They got to be smart, no penalties.
Jackson Trombley, probably the most important kick he's had all season, right here. He kicks it. It's going to go into the end zone for a touchback. So there's a good play again for the Indians. 1st and 10 for the Redskins of Anderson from their own 20. Oh my goodness gracious. What a way to play a Division II playoff contest. 22-22, Anderson and Piqua.
Well, let's remember they have to get a pretty good distance to get a field goal. So if they can keep them out of field goal range, that would be huge too in case they do get moving.
Kuhn.
Nice
to the
defense.
far side, calls it incomplete.
Karan Coleman on the play right there.
Piqua defense is going to be tested the secondary because you can almost guess that Jackson Kuhn's going to put it in the air. He's done that a bunch of times this evening.
Now,
we're tied at 22 with 2:22 left in the contest.
Now, if you saw Jarrell Lewis on that play, he jumped up right as Kuhn was about to throw the ball. I think that's one of your best ways to do it as the outside right now, because to take away his easy lane.
Kuhn again on the right flat. It's complete. It's going to go to about the 26-yard line, but 3 or 4 yards short of the first down. It's going to be 3rd down. Let's see. It's going to be 3rd down and 4. Oh, have we said it before? We said it a bunch tonight. A big play the Indians need to keep them from a first down.
And
he threw the ball.
Did you see that? He jumped up there and got it.
Line of scrimmage. It goes incomplete. So now I don't believe Evan Dreyer has any choice but to kick the ball away.
Not so fast, my friend. Because look at this. They're going to come up to the line. They may try to draw them off. They've got a timeout. They've got 2 timeouts here.
They are. 4th and 4.
They're going to try to get Piqua to jump.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
No, they're going for it.
They're going to go for it. Oh, somebody's going to have to pick up Kuhn. Kuhn's trying to throw the ball, and he throws it incomplete. Piqua gets the ball 1st and 10. Oh, my. Evan Dreyer has got to be concerned about the gambling spirit he brought to Piqua, because right now that particular call is possibly going to put the Indians ahead, because the Indians have one thing that the Redskins don't have. We got a field goal kicker, so if we can get it close, Jackson Trombley could win it for us.
I'm not so sure if Evan Dreyer has a lifetime contract, but he's playing like it. He's
Oh,
coaching like it
my,
for sure.
oh my. Talk about a gambler. Now, let's make sure that the Indians don't make a mistake and get close enough to put something on the scoreboard and win this one. Oh, gets a high snap. It's on the ground. Oh, somebody fumbled it, but I believe, yes, Piqua picked off Brady Ewell. Fumbled it, but jumped on it himself. So
little mistakes you can't
do us any
afford
good,
right
but
now.
it didn't hurt us. It's going to be second down, and 14.
Now you're behind the sticks. Your center's got to make that snap. It's a simple thing.
Ooh, handoff this time.
Got the corner. Medley. Got the corner.
For Medley.
There he goes.
Medley's got some running.
What a run!
Gets inside the 10. He might have gotten inside the 10-yard line. And if the Indians have a chance to win it, they still got plenty of time to do just that.
And they want to squeeze out every second now. This is right here is Wait,
was there a
what's
flag
going
on that play? I didn't see it. Let's see. Oh, let's see what that's all about. Oh boy, what do we got? The officials had a trouble with his mask and the.
What happened?
Another penalty against the Indians.
They did get a first down, but they got 15 yards taken away.
Now let's see where they spot the football and try to put it all together for you. 22-22, 1:18 left to go in the ball game. Piqua has the football, and now let's see if Bill Neese has something very, very special for this very, very special occasion.
The good news is they got a first down on that play.
1st and 10. Ball resting on the 21-yard line. Ooh. Hands it off. No, I think we had another penalty. Penalty against the Indians, false start. Oh, the penalties have been absolutely devastating. Yep, 5-yard penalty.
You got to keep your composure here. You got a minute 12. You got to stop with the penalties. It's a 20. You still got the ball at the 26-yard line. All you need is a couple good plays and put Trombley in a spot, or you'd love to score a touchdown here. That would really put it out of reach.
1st and 15. 1:10 left to go. The clock is running right now. Ooh. Rolling out to the right side, tries to find.
Oh, my goodness.
And Anderson intercepted the pass, and that was number 17, Brody Foley, intercepted the pass. So with 1:03 left to go, now we have to be concerned as to whether or not Jackson Kuhn can get the Redskins close enough for something.
I'm not sure what he was trying to do there, why he didn't just throw it out of bounds.
Yeah, that was not a good decision on Brady's part.
All right,
let's see
defense,
what happens.
Quick change situation here. Your defense has got to come up big.
Now be careful of something that can give the Redskins some momentum. There's a pass to the right side along the far sideline. It falls incomplete. 58 seconds left to go in a 22-22 game. Oh, thought the Indians had a chance to for some last-second heroics, but not to be the case.
Well, 2 key mistakes there. They had the ball at the 5, but they had that unsportsmanlike.
Kuhn back to pass again. This time he's got a receiver. It's going to be enough for a first down. Let's see who gets off that stack. And that was number 13, Joey Faulkner.
Okay, now you cannot
no
let
mistakes for the Indians here. Kuhn. Back to pass. Now he looks like he's going to try to run. Now he's looking downfield trying to find Andrew Williams. Did Andrew Williams pick that one up? He did. A completed pass. So the Indians, again, are going to have to come up with something big to keep the Redskins from being close enough, maybe for a field goal of their own. Kuhn sprints out to the right side, looking to the sideline. No, now he's going to run. Now he throws it to the left side. And no! He throws a pass to number 1, Jarek McClanahan, who picks it off and scores. A flag on the play, but I believe it's going to be after the play, so I think the score is going to hold. Brian Gillespie.
It's hard.
This is tough on the nerves.
It's hard to fathom what just happened.
Oh, he was all by himself, and
I'm not sure what happened.
I don't know what the penalty is going to be, but I believe the score is going to hold. Let's just see one. Let's see if penalty is going to go against Anderson, but the score is going to hold. And oh my goodness gracious, we can tell people we were at this ball game, but I don't think I'd want to try to describe it. There's the extra point. That is good, so that makes it 29-22. And let's face it, Brian, the Indians have
they will get
seconds left.
They're going to get 15 yards on the kickoff, so that will put them in good field position. But they've only got 2 timeouts. They've got 2 timeouts left, in 28 seconds is not a lot of time, though.
That's exactly right.
And they're going to need, it's amazing how things can flip in a heartbeat. You're just down at the 5-yard line, you get an unsportsmanlike conduct play, then you throw a ill-advised pass, and then next thing you know, Anderson's running in the end zone with a wide open for a touchdown.
Isn't that something? Well, let's see what happens. The Indians are going to get the ball, but they're not going to have much time to do anything. But in this game, Brian, you really don't know what's going to happen next.
You don't. I mean, there's been, the whole laundry. The laundry's been out there all day.
Oh.
I don't know that I've seen too many games with this many penalties.
That's right.
Everybody's got a chance with all these penalties out there.
Well, let's see what happens as I think it's Hayden Brook. I think number 20 is going to kick it away. Or is it number 16? It might be Aiden Boyd. Aiden Boyd going to kick it away for Anderson, but Anderson has a 29-22 lead with 28 seconds left. They're going to make the Indians run it back. No, they kicked it out of bounds, I believe. Don't tell me.
Jump? Did they jump?
Offside on the part of somebody.
They're going to be kicking from their own end zone in a second here.
I'll tell you, that's one thing about it. The Indians are going to have a chance at a couple plays. And again,
well, if they kick it out of bounds here, now you're going to get the ball at like the 50.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know if that's the wisest way to go about this.
Boy,
you probably want to keep the ball low, and you want to, keep it in the middle of the field, I would think. But
and keeping with the kind of evening it had, the ball fell off of the tee. So
yes.
We had to have Aiden Boyd return that. Here comes his kick. Low kick. Going to go down to the 30-yard line, picked up by Drayshawn Roberts. Drayshawn Roberts gets to the 44-yard line, 22 seconds left to go. Clock says 23. Now, I'd hate to predict the play that is going to be forthcoming here for the Indians.
You need to have your offensive line give some protection for Uhl here. He's got to have some time to throw the ball, because if they break that, they get back there, it's going to make it very difficult for him.
Uhl over the middle, incomplete, dropped by, I think that's number 5 is Corey Miller. So now with 20 seconds left to go, the Indians are going to have something very, very special.
Well, the focus just has slipped right now, and you would think it needs to be locked in 100%.
Going to have to pass the ball to the far sideline to brother Blaine. Blaine goes out of bounds. We're just basically in Anderson territory. We're at the 49 with 16 seconds left to go in this ball game.
Unfortunately, you need deeper throws in this right now.
Yes.
You do have 2 timeouts, so you're probably going to, if you get a good long throw here, you could get a timeout.
Next pass going to go down to, he's supposed to try for Keegan Patton, but it falls incomplete. 11 seconds left to go, 4th down and 2, and I don't know if you can worry about a first down. I think you need to worry about a touchdown.
Yeah, it's hard. Ideally you do get the first down, but you've got to get some distance on this play. You do have 2 timeouts.
And I think the Indians are going to take a timeout, or did Anderson? Timeout on the field with 12 seconds left to go, 29-22. Anderson with a 7-point advantage, and this has been a ball game that has had everything. The only thing we haven't had, and I pray to God it doesn't happen, is a power failure.
Oh my goodness. It's just been an unbelievable
We've had rain,
game.
we've had lightning, we've had a ball game that is beyond belief, and yet it looks like the Indians are down to their last 12 seconds to see if they can't do something of a miraculous nature. This has been something.
They're going to need a little help here. There may be a penalty, something, a miraculous play, a miraculous catch. Something has to happen here. They've gotten a lot of breaks though today, so we'll see.
Here comes Uhl with the pass, looking downfield. Uhl's out to the right, trying to find. He tried to find Medley, but somebody jumped in front of it and took it away. And that was a 4th down play. So this ball game is over, and the Indians are going to fall by the wayside, losing 29-22 in this Division II playoff game against a very good Anderson ball club.
You know, you can't say they didn't have their chances.
That's exactly right. What do they say? It's a game of opportunity. And there were plenty of those, probably some on both sides.
Yes.
But the Indians had enough of them that they just fall short 29-22. And again, Jackson Kuhn is going to take a knee, and that's going to be the end of the ball game. Oh my. I tell you what, you've been watching Piqua High School football on the Indian Nation station. You're home for Piqua Athletics. We'll be right back.
What an incredible season this year by the Piqua Indians. That's a season to remember. Fans, once again, thanks for coming out to Alexander Stadium Park Field. Be careful as you exit the stadium, and have a safe drive home.
Welcome back to Alexander Stadium Park Field, where the Indians have fallen 29-22 in a division regional contest. And Brian Gillespie, say something about this game. I think we said it all. Give me an observation or two before we call it an evening.
I'll tell you what, you know, above and beyond the game, which was, you know, crazy, and everything happened that could happen, and, you know, that's how sports are. Unfortunately, sometimes you got to have a winner, you got to have a loser, but what an excellent season, you know, it turned out to be. 7-1. You know, you make a nice little tournament run. We didn't have any issues with COVID-19 on the team. You know, we were able to play it through, and it was a lot of fun to be a part of.
Again, I think I want to reiterate what you're saying. This has been an awfully good season for Piqua. They won 7 games. They lose 1. They were the Miami Valley Conference champions. You're right. We avoided all of the pandemic situations. And so Bill Neese and his Piqua Indians have to be pleased with what they've done this season. But they fall by the wayside tonight to Anderson 29-22. With a series of plays that I hope we can check on the YouTube, because I want to hear how it sounded from anybody who might have been watching this one, and I think we had plenty of people who were doing just that. Well, that's the story tonight from Alexander Stadium with the final score: Anderson 29, Piqua 22. We'd like to thank the Piqua City Schools, the Piqua Athletic Department, Piqua head coach Bill Neese, athletic director Chip Hare, our director A.J. Ganger, Tanner Beck, our replay operator, and the students of Piqua High School that helped us with this telecast, brought to you by the Indian Nation Station, your home for Piqua Athletics. We send our very best to our friend Bob Luby. We hope you've enjoyed tonight's game. Until next time, this is Dwayne Bachman along with Brian Gillespie saying good night, everybody. Oh, my.